Morning, everybody. Welcome to today's May 21st, 2024 regular board meeting. I'm going to bring the meeting to order. It is 9:01. Can I get a pledge of allegiance led by Supervisor Gonzalez? Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we're going to go right into presentations and recognition. We have 3 of them this morning, and we're going to start with Supervisor Zanger is going to present for EMS Week. Chris is here, and her team? No team? Okay. We'll still make it fun.
Well, can I make a motion to approve the proclamation declaring May 19th through the 25th as EMS Week in San Benito County, celebrating 50 years of EMS?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I love the teamwork up here. Takes a village.
All right. So I have this proclamation here. I'll read some of it in a second, but just want to say that just over the last couple of years with the flooding and everything that's been going on, EMS team has just been incredible. And it's not just me saying that. The state agencies have identified that. They've said that essentially they're doing an incredible job punching above their weight. And so we're just really happy with the work they do, and it shows that they really do. Our team really does care about the residents of the county. So, whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills, whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designated Emergency Medical Services Week. Therefore, be it resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th, 25th, 2024 as Emergency Medical Services Week. Thank you.
I was hoping they would be here. Maybe they're on a call, but we'll thank our first responders that are here, which does include law enforcement. So for the ones that are available 24/7 at a moment's notice, we thank them. They are our heroes, and they are out there day in and day out providing for our community. So thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, next we have an approval of a proclamation claiming May 19th through the 25th of 2024 as National Public Works Week in San Benito County. Can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'm going to present today, and I'd like to ask Steve to come up. Okay, first of all, just a couple of words to Steve, because I decided I wanted to present this one because I contact Steve a lot, and the road crew is amazing, and I know that they are challenged with the magnitude of repairs that are in our community. But one of the things that makes this presentation important to me is the fact that Steve never gets stressed. If he does, I never see it. No matter how many phone calls, how many constituents I have to, he's giving me the look. So I'll just go to the proclamation. I just want you to know, heartfelt thanks for all that you do and your team, because it is a group effort to be able to make this happen, and including the support from contractors. I know sometimes we don't thank our contractors enough for the work that they do for us. So In the matter of this proclamation declaring the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week, advancing quality of life for all. I like that little touch that was added there. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities, to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of San Benito County. It is in the public's interest for our citizens, civic leaders, and children in the county of San Benito to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works, first responders, and public works programs in their respective communities. And this year, 2024, marks the 64th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. I lost my thought there. Resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby designate this week, the week of the 19th through the 25th, as National Public Work Week, urging all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies and activities, events, ceremonies designated to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees, and recognize the substantive contributions that they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life. I want to add just one thing to this. Being on the roads crew, not just all of public works, but I want to remind everybody, when they're working on the roads, because we have a lot of construction going on in our community, and it's very, very, very risky business, and lives are at stake, and everybody may be in a hurry, but we have to remember that they have families, they have friends, they have loved ones that they want to come home to. So if everyone could, I'm doing this because I know Steve always used to do the little reminder about slowing down. Just remember that they're part of this community, and being 5 minutes early is not going to save a life. If you could be 5 minutes late and save a life, I think it's worth it. So remember to slow down when you're driving around all of our construction. So, did I do okay? Okay. Oh no, Steve, you have to say it.
Keep us in the loop, Steve.
Wasn't gonna let him get away.
Okay, thank you very, very much for that, Chair. That was great. And yeah, you brought up a couple excellent points. Our public works staff, road crews, consultants, contractors, folks in the office, they do an amazing job, and I have a great support team, and even the board and county staff and admin, everyone supports public works. And so thanks so much for that. And there's young folks out there that are thinking about a career in public works. We have a shortage of engineers throughout the country, so I encourage you to consider that for a career moving forward. And thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Okay, now we're going to approve a certificate of recognition for Sean Novak for serving 20 years with the Water Resource Association of San Benito County. I have asked Supervisor Kosmicki to do the presentation, but can I get a motion to approve the certificate?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Sean can't be here. He's just not available. But I know he's very appreciative of this honor. Sean's a great guy, and so essentially, Sean has served 2 decades in this community. I think we all know him at this point from all the presentations he's given and all the efforts he's led. And since we're in California, obviously water conservation is a very, very important issue, and there's been no bigger champion in our community for water conservation than Sean Novak in the last 2 decades. He's done just an outstanding job, and we all know the results. We're in a much better position when it comes to water conservation because of Sean Novak, and I want to thank him and congratulate him on his retirement and wish him the best. And I know he's going to enjoy his retirement and be happy. And so thank you, Sean. Best wishes on your retirement from the board.
CAO Espinoza, do we have some department head announcements?
Yeah, we do, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'd like to invite up our Planning Director, Abraham Prado.
Thank you very much, CAO Espinoza, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Abraham Prado, Director of Planning and Building Services. I'm here to remind the board and Planning Commission and members of the public that tomorrow we will have a community workshop. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 22nd. It's going to be at the Payne's Banquet area, Payne's Restaurant Banquet on East Street. And we're going to be essentially presenting three main topics of interest of the county. One is going to be on the general plan, and we'll be discussing the land use element, the circulation element, and the agriculture element that we're currently working on. And we'll also be, very importantly, focusing on general plan amendment process. And so that's going to be one of the topics. The second topic is going to be on the housing element update, and the third topic will be collaboration with the administration office, and we're going to be talking about the impact fee update study that's is currently going on that the board requested more public outreach on. So we'll be having that. It's going to be at the banquet hall at Payne's, and so there will be appetizers. The presentation is going to be given both in English and in Spanish. We will be giving it in English, and then we have some technology now for Spanish speakers that that feel more comfortable listening in Spanish to be able to listen in Spanish as well. We encourage all the community to be there. We'll hopefully have a good presentation and solicit good feedback as well. So I hope everybody can join us. Thank you.
Abraham, just to clarify, that was what time?
Oh yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's going to be at 6 o'clock at Payne's Banquet Hall.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That's all the announcements we have.
Okay, we're going to move to board announcements. Is there someone that would like to go first? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Mine was brief. Last week, Supervisor Sotelo and I went to Salinas and we toured the El Gavilan Library, which was designed by the ABA architecture firm that we will be using for the San Diego County Library expansion. And that library is a great model for what I would love to see happen here in San Benito County. I'm hoping that when we get this item back to us on the Facilities Committee, we can go ahead and get the situation straight. Are we looking at 2 floors or 1 floor for the library expansion? Because I'm hearing differing information, and I thought the Facilities Committee was supposed to make that decision and then bring it to the board. But it sounds like decisions are being made outside of the Facilities Committee, which isn't kosher for me. I'm sorry. And so, but I've just heard it from too many people, and it's not originating from the Facilities Committee. I attended a Zoom meeting, Uplift Zoom meeting for economic development. That was very interesting. The 6-county entity that is developing the economic possibilities in the various counties, and San Diego County is one of them. But it was a very short week. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. Last night, the Hazel Hawkins Hospital San Benito Healthcare District held their town hall where the county would have the opportunity to provide our last pitch to Hazel Hawkins and their board for the Joint Powers Authority. I thought ECG, our consultants, Cecilia Montalvo from Bondo Work, Angela Curro here, supervisor, everyone did a great job lending credibility to the JPA, and we'll just let the residents know on Thursday they'll make their final decision, 5 o'clock at the hospital. And then I sat in as an alternate for the COG meeting last week, and I was quite alarmed to learn about the, I see Binu Abraham here, thank you Binu for being here, quite alarmed to learn about the state continuing to move the goalposts away from us on that, and the $600 to $800 million price tag that we simply can't afford, the 15-year timeline that is actually probably 20 to 30 years at best, And so, big issue we got to tackle. And I know having Benito Abraham as director of CAR, the running COG administration is you can't be in a better place because she's going to do a great job. Basically, I know that. And then lastly, I want to request that we close the meeting in honor of Jim Slesnick. Jim Slesnick was a longtime park employee, San Juan Bautista resident, superintendent of Pinnacles, and I just want to wish Gail Slesnick and their families the best in this difficult time, and just hoping that we can close the meeting in honor of Jim for all his contributions to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki. Supervisor Zanger, any comments? Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Had our monthly AMBAG meeting, and we looked at the draft 2026 regional growth forecast update. This is the forecast for kind of the Tri-County area, looking at population, housing, and employment. And some of the numbers have changed, and San Benito County numbers have actually lowered. We're going to be meeting with them, I think it's this week sometime, to kind of go over everything, make sure everything is correct for our kind of our region, but very interesting. And then we had the Economic Advisory Committee meeting on last week, and we had a presentation from Working Solutions, the Community Development Financial Institution. They're a small business lender, and they came to San Benito County. They represent 19 counties, but they came to our county in 2022, and so somewhat new, making connections. I think there's a lot of opportunity. And their niche focus is early stage, less than 5 years in business. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for some of our businesses or businesses that are thinking about getting started. They do some lending and also consulting services. So hopefully being there at that meeting, there was a lot of connections that were made, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. The other presentation we had was from The Spirit of San Juan Bautista by Jill Pagran. It was a phenomenal presentation. They're doing some really exciting and wonderful things in San Juan Bautista. They're having their what is their event in August that they'll be having? It was the chicken coop last year. It's
San Juan Day.
San Juan Day.
San Juan Day.
San Juan Day is in August 4th or something like that. Don't quote me. It's in August. Hopefully everybody will be there. They do such an amazing job in San Juan Bautista, and they will be having kind of the early days, and kind of people will be dressed up, and so that'll be kind of all part of it at the state park, and so kind of exciting things to look forward to there. Last week, towards the end of the week, I attended the County of the Chair for RCRC. We were in Monterey County. Phenomenal tour. We saw everything from different ag operations, the new state-of-the-art ag research center through the USDA. We toured Rancho Cielo, which is doing phenomenal things for kind of at-risk youth, and it was just a really well thought out day, got a lot out of it, and then we had our board meeting Friday, talked a little bit about some of the budget cuts from the governor and kind of what that his revised, what that's looking like. The RCRC upcoming annual meeting that will be in Sonoma in September. They're looking for our RCRC basket donations by August 30th. And then also we are working on we began the process of the RCRC strategic planning, and so we did some activities around that. And that is it, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. I only have a couple things I want to add to Supervisor Kosmicki on the Hazel Hawkins presentations that we've been doing. The consultants have been truly amazing. I can't thank this board enough for supporting bringing on Cecilia and ECG. They have really truly put together a plan that gives the community an option other than the sale of the hospital. We did do 2 presentations to hospital staff at 7:30 on last Thursday. We did a noon presentation on at the physicians group at that same day, and then we did a 3 o'clock. It was a very long day, and then we had the COG meeting. So Supervisor Kosmicki and I had a good Thursday together. Yeah, very long day. But what I want everyone to understand, especially all the work that staff has put in to be able to make this come together, we really couldn't be able to stand up there and represent how passionate we are about the JPA proposal. So I really want to thank everybody for that. Last night's presentation went very well. Something about practice. Cecilia was really, really quite good. She hit all the marks that we've been trying to hit. And then we do have another special hospital board meeting on Thursday. And I believe, I don't know the time exact. Is it at 5 o'clock? And it is at their same board location. So we are doing another round, so you can't say that we're not trying to represent what our goal is with JPA. My other topic is, I'm not sure if I've mentioned this, but I was appointed to a state advisory committee on county accounting practices. It's quite an honor. I was asked to apply by CSAC. I'm one of 2 supervisors out of an 11, I believe an 11 committee members, 2 supervisors in the state, and it's really a group of auditors, controllers, and leaders that are trying to bridge what is the most efficient way of operating in a county and giving counties options when it comes to accounting practices. And one of the things that I really liked, even though I kind of stepped in the middle of their, one of their newest members, was this topic about a easy reference guide for departments and elected officials. And it would give kind of like the basics of what you need to know about GASB, about all of the basic differences in government accounting versus private accounting. And I really was pushing, because there's a little bit of a controversy about, is the state going to create the white paper guide or is the association doing it? And I came in and kind of gave my 2 cents and really felt, I got some calls from committee members saying that this is exactly the representation that they need, is from an elected, saying it is a very complicated process. You don't come into this knowing everything about accounting practices in government. And this little short pocket guide could be really useful. So I'm going to keep pushing that forward and trying to help have that actually come out for the state. Also, I attended the Artificial Intelligence Committee for CSAC, and we're in the final review of language for our platform that will be presented at the annual conference. And I want to thank all the work that really it sparked from Supervisor Zanger and County Council on our draft version that was brought forward, because our comments from that draft version and comments from Santa Cruz and a couple others has really been the foundation of this platform that we're trying to develop. And I think it's really looking at how AI can complement government but not replace. And the big topic is all about AI is not a replacement of customer service or the services that we provide as individuals. AI would just complement those services and what that would look like. Is there, I kind of saw you lean forward. Did you have anything else to add? Okay. Okay, so we're going to move on to, unless there's anything else. Anybody? Okay, public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 of the raised hand icon. And we'll start with Stacy.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the supervisors for the hard work in regards to the hospital. I was at the meeting last night, and especially Supervisor Kosmicki for leading by example when you talk about how you personally use the hospital. I think that's really important. And I would love to see opportunities where maybe we could incentivize all of our county employees, people who live here, work here, are here, to use our local hospital instead of going out of the area. I think we need to demonstrate that we believe in our hospital, so thank you so much. What I really wanted to comment about was a couple weeks ago, there was some discussion here in regards to providing security at the behavioral health services. And while I won't speak directly to that, I do want to talk about security industry. Security is like fire prevention, right? It's redundant systems, it's layers, it's preventing and mitigating. And while I appreciate the fiscal concerns that were brought up, and wouldn't it be cheaper or easier to have closed circuit TV? Closed circuit TV and security video surveillance is not actually that effective at preventing violence. It's great to identify who the subject was after the fact, but it's not as effective beforehand. Not nearly as much as having a security professional. And they are security professionals, they're not security guards that you would see at the Cielo Azul bar by the cannery in the middle of the night. They are security professionals like the gentleman who's outside our facility right here, right now. Security professionals have effective prevention measures. First of all is their physical presence, right? That command presence, just the fact that they're here, they're in uniform, they're highly visible. Secondly, they bring a lot of tools to the table, tools that the average person doesn't have. They have tools, their voice, their hands, maybe OC spray, maybe a taser. They can make an arrest. They can take a person into custody, hold them, detain them until law enforcement gets here. If we used simply closed circuit security systems, video surveillance, you would have to have a live person monitoring that to watch it and then to dispatch someone to respond. So we're still looking at 3 to 5 minutes out, best case scenario. So I really just wanted to bring that up. I think that having the physical security person there on site really is much more beneficial. Lastly, if I can just circle back to the hospital, there was a gentleman who made a comment last night. He said that selling the hospital is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And it really resounded with me. And that's also a saying that I've heard anyway, it was really good.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, I have Elia Salinas. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm following up on Stacy's comments. I think last night the presentation was really great. I felt that the trustees were based on the second presentation. I felt that the trustees were definitely very one-sided and kept asking questions or making statements like they were gotcha moments. And I really appreciate the presenters were ready with a response and based on facts. And so I thought it was a great job. And I guess depending on how it goes, and last night they decided that they're going to go to Insight and ask Insight if they were willing to join the JPA to become part of the management. So it's not over for the county to, and it's up to actually at the end of the day, with regards to the hospital being sold, it's up to the citizens. So we have the final say so, and we could always just cancel out whatever they do with trying to sell the hospital. And two other subjects real quick. The Wilsons up on the property up on the San Juan Grade Road. What is the status? I would ask that the supervisors ask, what is the status on the penalties on all those oak trees that they tore down? Those were taken down without permit. It's up to $10,000 per tree, and that's money that needs to go back to the county. And maybe also they should be required to restock those trees and plant trees that were taken down. And then remind you to be proactive and not reactive. I really want to see the county discuss a transfer station with regards to the John Smith landfill and the lifespan that's left on that. Thank you so much.
Next on Zoom, I have Valerie Eglin. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And good morning, supervisors. The hospital issue, it sounds like it's being well hashed out. Much appreciated, because I do also use the Hazel Hawkins Hospital, and I find it is always welcoming. There's always professional. I've gotten no ill results as far as I know. Anyway, I'm above ground. So yeah, I encourage that pursuit, and I do hope it comes out well for the county. Otherwise, yesterday, RMA, Steve Loop, in charge of the Riverview Regional Park build out, held a small meeting with the Wallace Group and the sports entities that are interested in specific areas around the park that are going to be dedicated to, like, the astronomers, the RC vehicle track, the home garden, community garden, the accessible units and areas, the bathrooms, the trees, and the specific area where a special red needle grass is growing. So anyway, the progress on the park is so heartening. The community can expect next year sometime to see some movement and to have a beautiful space for community gathering. So anyway, I'm very excited, and I just wanted to say thank you very much, supervisors and RMA Steve Loop, for bringing that together and making it possible. Thank you.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to consent. Is there any public comment on consent?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, is there any items for discussion?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
1.21 and 1.26, please.
Okay, and Supervisor Kozicki? No? Supervisor Gonzalez? Anything? No? Okay, so we have 1.21 and 1.26 that has been pulled. Can I get a motion to approve the remaining items?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's a 4-1 excluding those two items. Okay, it was 1.21 and 1.26. Oh, is 5-0. Sorry about that. Okay, we're going to move on to a regular agenda. We're on item 2.1. We're going to receive and accept a presentation from Caltrans on the planned closure for Union Road due to the 156
We have
construction.
Steve Loop
So
here.
Steve's going to be coming up for that. And I thank Binu for being here today.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, again, and board and members of the public. I'm Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator, and we are going to be discussing the Union Road closure for the State Route 156 project. And with us today, in person, is Benito Abraham, the Executive Director of the San Benito County Council of San Benito County Governments, SBCOG, and she can answer questions or provide some details that I might miss. And also on the line, I believe, is Terry Thompson from Caltrans, and she might have lost her connection. So Binu and I will fill in for her, no problem. She's actually the project manager for the Highway 156 project.
Yeah, I'm here also.
And there's Terry. Good morning, Terry. Thanks for
Good morning.
joining us this morning. So I'm going to present Terry the slides that your team produced, and you can jump in at the end and provide some extra details if I forgot anything. So For those that aren't familiar with the project, it's been in the works for a couple of decades. Essentially, Caltrans is building 4 lanes, 4 new lanes all the way from San Juan Bautista to Union Road and all the way to 156B business route. And so as part of that construction, there was going to be an extended closure, 8 months approximately, for the connection from Union Road to the project at the existing Union Road and 156. And the community expressed some concerns about the 8-month closure. And I think some folks in this room expressed some concerns as well. So Caltrans kind of went back to their team and the contractor, and they were able to reduce that 8-month closure to 8 weeks of closure with some creative work schedules by the contractor. And so it's a really good example of Caltrans being flexible and actually listening to the concerns of the community. So the closure, the 8-week closure, is scheduled to begin in late June and go through late August, assuming we have some decent weather. And both Caltrans, SBCOG, and the county with our PIO will be, pushing out notifications on our various social sources to keep the public notified, because it will obviously be a bit of inconvenience for folks. So instead of folks going from Union to 101, Union Road to 101, we'll have to take the San Juan Hollister Road frontage road and connect over to 156B. And I'm going to go to another slide real quick on that note. So this is, just so folks know, Caltrans has been very diligent reaching out to CHP, the Sheriff's Office, the counties, cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista over the past few months, specifically to update us on the project and specifically providing updates on this closure. And an additional measure that they've implemented based on those meetings is they're actually will be installing a temporary traffic signal at San Juan Hollister Road, which is 156B, 4th Street, so that instead of having perhaps a 3-way stop sign, there'll actually be a signal there, which will make the operations improve quite a bit. So that was very much appreciated. In addition to that, there's going to be a longer dedicated right-hand turn lane to 4th Street from eastbound 156, and there'll actually be an additional left turn lane from 4th Street to westbound 156. So county and stakeholders very much appreciate those kind of revisions to the scope of work to help traffic flow as efficiently as possible for the next 2 weeks. And as the chair mentioned earlier, we just ask that everybody has patience between June and August for this closure, and then somewhere in next fall the actual 156 project will be completed. After the closure, the temp closure of Mitchell Road, or after the temp closure, there will also be a small closure of Mitchell Road once Union Road's open to actually work on the intersection of 156 and Union. So there'll be some rerouting of traffic through Mitchell and around that intersection as well. So I think I've hit on all the highlights, but Terry or Benito, if you want to jump in and kind of fill in some of the blanks, I just want to say thanks from the county for all the work and coordination. So I'll just pause there. Terry, did you want to say anything?
Yes, why don't I let you guys know the most exciting part is when we reopen Union Road, we will be transferring the traffic onto the newly paved and newly designed 156. So that should, I believe that this is going to be one of our last major milestones, is getting Union Road done and reopened. And once the traffic is onto the new route, I believe that some of the congestion will be alleviated. So to me, that's one of the most important and exciting things. And other than that, I think you covered everything.
Great, and that is really exciting. And for folks that are out there and seeing, the new concrete pavement of 156, and it looks like it's going to be an excellent facility. So yeah, that will be a big milestone. So thanks, Terry, and I guess I'll pause questions.
Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 to raise hand icon.
And this is Terry. I didn't know if Binu had anything that she wanted to add.
She says we've covered it, Terry, so thank you.
And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who was involved in making the changes so that you heard the community, you heard the Board of Supervisors, you heard our concerns. And with these revisions that you guys are bringing to us, thank you very much. We've been hearing as supervisors from the community, and I'm just glad that you heard the voices and the concerns and made concerted efforts to help us. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just echo what Supervisor Gonzalez said about county and the board. I think everyone played a big role in advocating for this, and I also want to thank Terry and the Caltrans team. Terry, as I've said in COG, Terry's always very responsive, and to me, she does a great job for us here. And it's a big deal to get the timeline truncated like that, because as everyone knows, and I particularly know, not as much as the commuters, but living right off 156, how miserable it is for these drivers and how dangerous it's become on that road. And I think just reflective of that, we just recently had another very serious accident at the intersection of Breen about a week or two ago. I think 5 cars were involved, 5 vehicles. And then also have communicated to the sheriff and the CHP advocating for additional enforcement in light of just the drivers who are impatient and causing some traffic dangers on that road, and essentially acting like 3rd graders who are skipping the lunch line. And so I just want to thank the sheriff and for the CHP in advance for whatever enforcement can be done to assist in that, whether it's the no left turns. I know the CHP actually committed to doing, I'm not going to tell the dates, but there's going to be some upcoming enforcement at those no left turns, and there's going to be a series of dates where the CHP, and I think I would appreciate getting that out there if that's at all possible. I don't know if that's something that's kosher with CHP, but not the dates, but getting it out there to the community that you better be aware if you're going to be making those left turns between 3 and 7, that you're taking a risk of getting a ticket here coming up during the summer. And so I want to thank them for that commitment and for whatever the sheriff can do. We've discussed different things, and there's this line that backs up into San Juan that's on 4th Street that's become maybe it's more of an annoyance than anything for San Juan, but certainly lends itself to dangerous conditions. And then also, aside from the left turns, we have these people who, as I've said before, and I said it in COG on Thursday, who are continuing to use that right turn lane. There's clear signage. Everybody knows it at this point that you got to get over to the left, and they're using that right turn lane, whether it's to move all the way up and merge over at the last moment, which is extremely dangerous and immoral in my opinion, or they're using that right turn lane now to turn right at the Alameda and immediately do a dangerous U-turn to skip ahead of the line. And so I've asked for some attention to that. And Terry, whatever can be done, I brought this up in COG on Thursday. I've had suggestions from residents about, I'm not an expert, so if the terminology is off, like some sort of zipper lane. I don't know if there can be some sort of temporary mechanisms put in that right lane, so you basically force people over to the left instead of just telling them, and then maybe another mechanism that allows them to turn right at an appropriate time. I would request some sort of consideration of that. I think that would be very, very helpful if we can put some sort of temporary mechanism there, not just to tell people that quarter mile in advance that you got to move over, but to force them to move over so they stop doing this. And I want to thank the drivers frankly, who are following the rules. It's most of the drivers who are following the rules. It's just you get this minority group of people that are very selfish, very, very selfish, and they're putting others in danger. It's very frustrating. And so again, thank you for the enforcement. Let's please look at some other options for the Alameda and whether we can do something with that right turn lane still. If we could, if there's anything to kind of double back on with the signal timing during this 8-week period that we have up at the Union Road intersection and the 4th Street Business Route intersection, just to make sure that the signal timing is ideal for traffic flow for people on 156 in the afternoons. I would appreciate another look at that if it's appropriate, if it hasn't been done already. And I believe that's it. Thank you everybody for cooperating.
Supervisor Sotelo. Thank you. Thank you to everybody involved in this. It's been quite the task. I do have a couple of questions. So you mentioned late June. What kind of updates will we be receiving as we get closer to that date where we have kind of that exact date determined?
Terry, I'll let you answer that one. Did you?
I usually, it's usually a hot item, and I usually find out maybe a week before. And so I can let you know as it's pushed back. Right now, I do know we're looking at late June. We're looking at the end of June right now. So when I initially prepared all the documentation, we were looking at June 15th. So we've said mid-June, but now we're actually looking at late June.
Okay, as you get the date, I think that would be really, really helpful to a lot of the residents here that use, kind of use that to commute out to, out of the county. And so if you can maybe get that over to Benito and to Steve and just really communicate that, and then if you all can communicate with us, the Board of Supervisors, with our PIO, I think it's going to be really important and crucial for us to kind of get this information out to the community. It's going to impact people's daily lives, and we understand that there's a lot of light at the end of this tunnel, but we want to try to avoid as many inconveniences as we can, and we know it's a huge inconvenience, but having that exact date will be really crucial as we get there. And it's not just for the people that are commuting out. There's a lot of people that live in that area. I shouldn't say a lot, but there are people that live in that area that I think they're very curious as to when they can expect a heavy flow of traffic on their kind of local road. So with that, I think there are some citizens and residents that are very interested in what's going on out in that area. Is it at all possible for us to communicate with, say, like one of the residents, and then have that resident communicate to the rest of the residents, kind of keeping them in the loop of what's going on? I'm happy to help facilitate that. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to reach out to the community at large, but then also giving them a little bit of special attention because it is going to impact their neighborhood so much.
Yeah, our PIO does a great job. So as soon as we know, if Rosemary wants to coordinate, send a blast to the Board of Supervisors here, because then you all have direct contact with residents, and Benito's gonna.
Thank you. I'm just gonna add that the decision of when the construction is gonna start is with the contractor. The contractor lets Caltrans know when they're going to start. It's not Caltrans putting a date and then sticking to it, because it depends on a lot of conditions, mostly weather and other things that only the contractor can make the decision. But as soon as we know that, we will be reaching out to it on all our social media, including the PIO, along with all the other agencies. We will promise to send it out to all of you so that you can distribute to all your constituents. The other point I wanted to mention was that the ability to shorten our time frame from 8 months to 8 weeks did not come without any cost. The SBCOG is paying for the additional cost of shortening that window and helping the contractor do overnight work on that session. We also thankful for all our stakeholders, which is something that we consider very important. So SBCOG is also paying for all that, say, stakeholder engagement, which includes all the cities, both the cities and the county and CHP and everybody else that's participating in this.
Thank you, Binu. And I understand that there's a lot of factors that go into it. Just as we get closer and we have that date, even if it's, I mean, the more advance notice we can give, great, but I understand in some situations we can't. I just want to make sure that we give a little bit of notice. It's just unfortunate when you don't know and you're there at the light and it's like, oh, sorry. So just hoping to give as much notice as we can, but I understand that we have limits, and so
Absolutely, we'll take everything possible to get that information as soon as we have it.
thank you. Now the condition, I was contacted by some of the residents on that San Juan Hollister Road. I've not driven on it recently. I will try and get out there sometime this week, but there was some concerns about the condition of the road. Is there any kind of I know it's not on our horizon, Steve, of projects moving forward, but if there's a lot of, if it's in really horrible condition now, is there any way we can do kind of a pass to make sure that at least maybe potholes and things like that are in somewhat decent condition, and then even after it's closed, if we could do kind of a sweep just to make sure that we're not causing a tremendous amount of damage with thousands of cars potentially going on it a day?
Yeah, I'll reach out to our public works crew. On that note, we're actually going out to Bixby to try and improve that area as much as possible, Supervisor Kosmicki, with
You
a
need to
special
stay.
a special machine that we have, because during the Mitchell rerouting after this closure, there could be some folks that want to use Bixby, and so we're going to go out there and in addition to that, we'll go to the frontage road, San Juan Hollister Road, per your request.
Thank you.
and look
I
at that.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then lastly, so originally there used to be, instead of going to the light at 156 Business, there used to be kind of the little kind of curve that kind of went, you didn't need to go to the light. Will that curve at some point be reopened, or is that going to be obsolete with this project?
So ultimately, I'd have to look at the plans again. There's still a right-hand turn. I can't remember if the curve's implemented, but there's still the right-hand turn, and maybe Terry, she's more familiar with the ultimate.
Like, do they need to go to the light, or will there be just the, kind of the soft curve that comes into Hollister?
Yeah, I off the top of my head, I have looked at the plans a couple months ago. I can't remember if it's at the intersection or if it's on the curve. So I'll look into that for you.
Thank you. I think that would really help with traffic. There wouldn't be as much traffic.
Terry wants to say something about that.
I was going to say that I needed to look into that too, because I don't quite remember that detail. It hasn't been my focus recently, so I'll look into it. I know it's on the plans. I've seen it. I just don't remember what it says.
I would love to get an update on that, because I think that could tremendously help with the traffic getting into Hollister. So that is all my questions. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys going from 8 months to 8 weeks, and thank you, COG, for kind of filling in the gaps. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course, as everyone said, thank you so much for all the work that everyone's doing on this to get the timeline down, the time frame for the closure down. My only little concern is that the 8 weeks, with the way construction is, could get extended past 8 weeks, and so I'm sure this doesn't need to be said, but anyway, if the date needs to be pushed back to start, I think that's preferable to extending the closure date. So we want to make sure that we minimize that as much as possible. If it means moving dates around and delaying things, that's fine, as long as we can try to stay to that 8 weeks, because I think that's going to be the most important thing. That's all.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, sorry for talking again, but just want a clarification. When's the Bixby timeline?
So I would say, let's see, probably not this week. I'm guessing within the next 2 weeks we'll be able to get out to Bixby and just put a lot of asphalt on that area. It won't be a brand new road, but it's to fill in the potholes and kind of smooth things out, so it's a lot more drivable. So I think within the next couple weeks we'll be out.
Yeah, I refer to Bigsby as Mars. It's just pretty unbelievable.
That's
Hunter
appropriate.
Lane and Bigsby, I don't know which one is worse.
Noted.
And then I couldn't think of a better way to spend local tax dollars than what COG is doing to truncate that timeline, so thank you.
Yes.
CEO Espinoza.
Yeah, I just had a quick request from staff. Is there a way to put a changeable message sign or something in the two different locations? That might help a week or two before. Because a lot of times we don't get out to everyone, and everyone's driving that road, and they'll see that sign. So if that's a possibility, I think that would be very helpful for the community.
Yeah, I'll coordinate that with Caltrans. We're actually loaning our CMS signs to San Juan Bautista right now for their sewer project, but one way or another, we will try to get some CMS signs for this closure.
That'd be great.
And I'm going to be just real short because I completely agree with what everybody up here has said. I can't thank, COG and the community enough for their feedback to be able to shrink this down. The work it took to do this it's a big deal. And I know there's a price to it because you never get anything like this for free. But with that said, could you just confirm the Union Bridge construction? Will there be any lane closures during this period of time? I just don't want to compound an already frustrating situation for our residents by having them then get to Union Bridge and having a lane closure.
I'll have to get back to you on that because that project, I can say this, we won't have any full lane closures. There'll always be one lane open, but between the multiple utility contractors and that schedule's pretty constrained right now. We've already adjusted it to help kind of a local landowner. So I will get back to you on that, Chair, and let you know the status and try to avoid.
If we can avoid
any
it, I know it's not, always avoidable, but just the frustration when you're already taking a detour and then to get stuck in a lane closure at Union Bridge would just be very frustrating.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. So I will get with the Union Bridge team and see how that works with.
Terry, thank you so much for all you do. Binu, thank you. Steve, we really do appreciate it. We do.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 2.2. We're going to receive and accept an informational presentation from RCRC.
Oh, can I introduce this item, Madam Chair?
Absolutely. Go right ahead, CEO Espinoza.
I want to thank Pat Blacklock for joining us today. We really appreciate his presence. I've known Pat for a while, and he has shown exceptional expertise with RCRC. I've noticed a huge change and really appreciate you and what you do at RCRC. Your leadership, advocacy for rural counties has been really, really crucial. And I just wanted to share my appreciation with that, as well as broadband and many other things which you're going to talk about. But I think that's really helped us as a local small county that does not have a lot of resources. That's what RCRC does and helps out with, and there's quite a few things beyond what I just said that they've been exceptional with. So just want to pass that on to Pat. Take this on.
Welcome to San Benito County, Pat.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Chair Curro and board members for having me here today. I appreciate it. My intent was to just give you an overview of RCRC, and hopefully we'll have a few slides up in a minute to help with that. Not only RCRC, but our affiliate entities as well. As Supervisor Sotelo referenced, we are in the middle of our strategic planning process. So even while I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly, because I know you have a lot on agenda, I'm hoping that you will stop me anywhere you have questions or feedback, because frankly, that's the value that I get from this, is hearing what's on your minds, but also that can then help inform our strategic planning process. So please stop me anywhere you've got a question. And on this slide that you have before you, can see an overview of our organization and affiliates that I'll be talking about today. But I do want to dive right in with RCRC. RCRC itself is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation made up of 40 California counties, including San Benito, and governed by a member of the board from each of those counties. Supervisor Sotelo, thank you for your time and for being an active member of our board. We appreciate that. And on this slide, you have a summary of our current strategic plan. I don't think there's any topics in here, hopefully, that will surprise you. Ray referenced a few, from broadband to housing to water, forest resiliency, etc. But I want to draw your attention to the box on the side, which is the vision that our board updated as part of our last strategic planning effort. And it calls for us to be both the premier advocate in Sacramento and DC, but also an innovative service provider. And that last part is really meant to reflect our role as sort of the entrepreneurial arm of rural counties. When there is a challenge too big for a small county to address on their own, they'll often bring it to us and say, through the power of 40, can we achieve economies of scale and potentially address this as a group? And that's what we're going to talk a little bit with some of our affiliate entities today. Before we do that, though, I want to talk about our advocacy efforts. Advocacy has long been the cornerstone of who we are at RCRC. We're active both in Sacramento, and we've actually got folks flying to DC today to do advocacy as well. Again, I'm hopeful the topics on here aren't a surprise to you. Forest, natural resources, water, broadband, housing, but I'll draw your attention to the bottom bullet, the California Public Utilities Commission. We are an active participant in 18 proceedings before the CPUC, and if you know much about the CPUC, you'll know that it's a bit of a Byzantine agency in terms of being able to actively participate in those proceedings, but we've developed the expertise to do so, so whether it's utilities and energy regulation or broadband or telecommunications, for example, the recent proposal to take away landlines, we are active participants in those proceedings with the CPUC. The other thing I want to draw your attention to on this slide is that we work to keep our policy manual updated by convening ad hoc committees of boards of supervisors or members of the boards of supervisors. This year we have two. One is focused on the Williamson Act, and as you know, it's been a long time since the state funded the Williamson Act and the subventions associated with that, so we've convened a team of supervisors to evaluate where we are, what are the options for the future, so we can make sure we have updated policy with which to advocate. And secondly, a topic that we were just discussing, road infrastructure. We recognize that gas tax revenues and road maintenance revenues are declining at the very time that your pavement management index scores are probably also declining, and that's not a sustainable pathway, so we've convened, again, a team of supervisors to look at the options for the future and try to be proactive. We know the state is evaluating what funding solutions will look like in the future and what the mechanisms and formulas will look like, whether it's vehicle miles traveled or other means as opposed to gas tax, so we want to make sure we're on the forefront of those discussions. And those are the ad hocs that Hudson convened this year. Switching from advocacy to our affiliates, Golden State Finance Authority is a joint powers agency made up of the same 40 counties. It has historically been focused on providing financing solutions in counties, in particular on down payment assistance and helping individuals in our rural counties purchase homes when they might not otherwise be able to do so. You can see in San Benito County that 64 individual families have taken advantage of that program, and we do the same work on a national level with the National Home Buyers Fund, and because sometimes National Home Buyers Fund partners with different lenders than GSFA, you can see that 8 individuals or families in San Benito County took advantage of that. But a related program that I wanted to talk about is the Assist to Own program. This is a program that the Golden State Finance Authority Board developed probably a couple years ago now to help with recruitment and retention challenges amongst our member counties. This program provides down payment assistance that essentially comes at no cost to county employees. What that means is if you're a San Benito County employee and you're looking to buy a home, you can get down payment assistance that does not amortize, there's no interest associated with it, and there's no payments associated with it. It just sits as a second, and when you eventually sell your house, the principal comes back to GSFA, but there's no amortizing and interest or no costs and no payments during the life of that loan with the individual. Although this slide says that we haven't yet had an employee in San Benito use it, I'm happy to say there's actually one pending as I looked at the numbers today. So that's exciting that we're starting to see some use here, and we're up to 100 county employees throughout our member counties that have taken advantage of this program since its inception. So that's something that hopefully helps a little bit with recruitment and retention. Ray referenced broadband. Golden State Connect Authority is another public agency, joint powers agency we started about 2.5 years ago, recognizing that with SB 156 there was going to be a lot of investment in broadband deployment, and we didn't want rural communities to be left behind, so our members formed Golden State Connect Authority, and I like to say it was formed with a budget of 0 about 2.5 years ago. Within a year, it had a budget that we had secured $19 million in state funding for engineering of broadband plans, including in San Benito County. And we presently, 2.5 years later, have $1.2 billion in financing pending with the CPUC. Now, some of that is at risk, frankly, with the state budget situation, but we are trying to be adaptive and come up with alternative solutions so that we can still continue to pull down a fair amount of that money and actually shift from planning and engineering to construction and operations in the not too distant future, including here in San Benito County. Golden State Natural Resources is another recent, relatively new, in this case a 501c3 nonprofit that was formed out of recognition that we weren't meeting the goals set by the state and federal agencies in terms of forest health projects. The goal has been 1 million acres a year. We've not yet met that. Now there's talk of shifting up to 2 million acres per year if we're not even close to that, and two primary reasons. One is staff capacity with the Forest Service that high vacancy rates, and secondly, even if we are successful, there's not presently an outlet for the low diameter biomass. So think of it, if there's a tree, big tree, it can go to sawmill, it can be converted to lumber, but branches, there isn't an outlet, and so often this gets piled in place and turned into slash piles. And while you may not have as many of those projects in San Benito, I'm sure you've experienced the wildfire smoke associated with catastrophic wildfires. And at the end of the day, the mission with GSNR is to improve the health of forests and reduce the catastrophic wildfires. And we're hopefully doing that by we're on the final stages of completing an environmental impact report for a project that would include 2 sites, one in Northern California and one in Central California. And then we would work with the Forest Service within roughly a 100-mile radius to complete forest health projects, transport the low diameter biomass to those 2 sites, convert it to what's called industrial pellet stock. It's used in everything from overseas as a replacement for coal to increasingly they're looking at as input to sustainable aviation fuel and other emerging technologies in the U.S. and shipped by rail to the Port of Stockton, and for the foreseeable future likely shipped overseas as a replacement for coal, as I mentioned. This project, if it existed today, would have a positive return on investment, and those returns could then be used to fund those forest health projects, and that's ultimately what we were looking for. There's a commercially viable pathway that can help fund those projects, something that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned was needed when he met with our board. There was a commercially viable pathway. So we are excited that the EIR is almost here. It's been a big lift for us, and hopefully something that we'll see more of in the coming months. 2 more, and then I promise I'll be 10. One is our Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, ESJPA. We've got 26 member counties who have joined this, and it is wholly focused on helping particularly small counties comply with the ever-increasing challenges associated with how recycle, waste management regulations, state water resources control, the Water Resources Control Board regulations associated with landfills and waste management activities. And then lastly, our 501c3, the Rural Advancement Institute, focuses on education and research. And over the last year, we worked with Sacramento State to complete research to say, are rural counties getting their fair share of state housing dollars? The short answer is not all are. And so we actually are working now to dissect that, understand why, and see what solutions might exist. And then secondly, REI completed a tour of Mariposa County, where we brought in urban legislators and their staff so that we could familiarize them with the unique challenges associated with rural counties. And that's a very fast overview of all things RCRC and our affiliates, but I'm happy to answer any questions or give any feedback.
Thank you so much, Pat. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, I'll start with Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. Thank you for the quick presentation. Appreciate the speed there running through it. I had a couple questions though. So how can county employees, how can they take advantage of, what's the first thing they can do to take advantage of like the assist to own program? How do they go about doing that?
One of the things that I suggest that you may be able to help with is if you have an association of realtors, lenders, Chamber of Commerce, where we can help get the word out with your realtors and your local lenders about the program. That's the first step, because often your county employees are going to hear about it. If they don't hear about it through HR or some of the benefits here, they'll hear about it when they're working with a realtor or a local lender. So we have over 70 lenders that we partner with throughout California. We're happy to have someone be here to participate in a realtors meeting, lenders chamber meeting, any of those sort of venues. So if you see that opportunity, we're there. And then secondly, I know that you've done some work, I believe, if I recall correctly, with promotion with your staff. Yeah. We're happy to do more of that in the future.
Okay, great. And then just so I understand, the program you're talking about, the assist to own program, it's a down payment assistance loan with no interest ever?
Correct.
What would be the incentive for someone to pay the loan back?
It's not that they pay it back. So if they sell the house, for example, then it comes back to us. And so eventually the principal will someday come back. But it was really meant, our board established it knowing we were going to have to subsidize the cost as a recruitment and retention tool for our member counties.
Okay, so because there's a possibility they won't sell the home, right?
If I remember right, at the term of 30 years, that's when it would become due. But that's for many, that's the ways out, obviously. Hopefully it gets them into the home and gets them in a position to be successful.
Got it. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for what you do leading RCRC. It's an incredible organization. I am so honored. Thank you, Supervisor Curro, for appointing me to that committee this year. It's just, especially being, a rural county, having 40 other counties fighting issues with us is just incredibly powerful. And so thank you for what you're doing. I will do, whatever I can to connect you and RCRC with the Realtors Association of San Benito County, seeing what we can do more for just our residents here, but then also with the Assist to Own program. I would love to see, I don't know if it's possible this year, but it might be great to do a refresher again for our county employees about the program. Sometimes employees change, and sometimes it just wasn't the right time, and you just need kind of that reminder. So if we could do something in 2024, again, promoting kind of this program, I think would be fantastic. But thank you so much.
We're happy to do that, and I would note too, for example, your prior hospital discussion, we have broader down payment assistance programs available, for example, for nursing staff and community members like that. So there's more than just county staff in terms of programs that are available, and if we do that with the Realtors Association, we can talk about all those different programs.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, appreciate you being here, taking time to update us. I kind of gravitated toward the road issue when you mentioned that, and the gas tax in particular. And while I agree that there's the gas tax funding might be going down, I'm very frustrated as a resident. I know a lot of people are at the gas prices in California and how that takes a hit on so many people and actually disproportionately affects lower income residents who have to pay at the pump and just frankly can't afford a Tesla yet. And so whatever can be done, as long as you're here and we're talking about, I don't tend to get involved too much in state issues, but whatever we can get done to try to find an alternative, creative way to fund road work. We need the money, obviously. We got to fix the roads. We know that. But I don't personally agree with the mechanisms that are in place. And I was very frustrated with the state of California when there was consideration to suspend the gas tax, and they made this decision not to at a time when people were really, really hurting, and we have all this inflation, and people are just getting by. And I think for political reasons, that decision was made, and it was the wrong decision. So I would like to see that personally as a priority. I think everything should be on the table. Whether it's tolls, I'm not saying I support that, but let's have discussions about other states have done this with tolls. It seems to work well in a lot of other states. So it's proportional to the driving. If you're on the road and you're driving, you're going to pay proportional to that driving. And I would also look at things like, I don't want to penalize, first of all, I think larger vehicles obviously do more damage than smaller vehicles, but I don't want to penalize the egg industry because of it. And I'm not pandering to you here. We live in California, and we all know how important the egg industry is, and we all need the egg industry to feed us every day. Hopefully we're eating fruits and vegetables, and beef. Personally, I do. And so I don't want to penalize the egg industry, but I think getting creative and maybe looking at big tech, for instance, looking at companies like Amazon who have all these vehicles on the roads constantly, and shifting vehicle registration fees more toward the more expensive electric vehicles that are being driven now could be another one on the table. All I'm getting at is let's get all the options on the table and maybe not fixate so much on the gas tax, because at some point that gas tax is going to go away altogether. And personally, I believe that it's a travesty how much we pay in gas taxes in California already, and anytime you cross the border, that frustration really comes through. So thank you very much again.
I appreciate that. That's exactly what the ad hoc is doing, is look at all the options and what makes sense for the future so that our policy can be updated to reflect what they think is the right path, and then now ultimately would advocate. And they're in the part right now, I'd say, where they're putting everything in the pot and stirring it around to see what comes out.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
As the delegate to CSAC, I'm fully aware of what the RCRC does, and I just thank you, and especially the Homeowners Assist program that is so beneficial for us to be able to market to our employees. So thank you very much. It'll aid in retention. In terms of the Assist to Own program, how new is that?
About a year and a half, I want to say, something like that. Ray probably remembers better than me even.
Yeah. Okay. So the Assist to Own is different than the down payment assist.
It's a form of it, and it's dedicated for a member counties.
And I'm aware of the program because I was kind of going through that recently. Just thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so I picked up on a couple of things. One, I love that we're talking about the Williamson Act again. I know it's a broken record, but we can't break that record because it is a revenue source that we could desperately use in our community. Infrastructure, when it comes to roads, really happy we started some of these conversations last year, which was really nice to see that everyone is really challenged with local road funding. Not just highways, not just the main arteries, but local road funding, and how the RCRC can unite our rural counties on the challenges of infrastructure. So I'm super happy about that. The other thing that caught my ear is the recycling and ways of dealing with recycling. We have an ad hoc that we've just created. Our landfill expansion has been denied. So we have some challenges that we're going to be addressing, but part of that is recycling. And I would really like to maybe have a conversation about what can RCRC do for us to help us with options and learn lessons from other counties. I think why reinvent the wheel? We know other people have gone through these challenges, especially with having to get transfer stations. So maybe that's a conversation. We could do a Zoom or something through the ad hoc to get the conversation started. The other item that caught my ear is that you discussed, I'm looking at your maps here real quick, environmental services, oh, not that one. Where am I at? It was Golden State Finance, Golden State Finance Authority and the National Home Buyers Fund. I noticed that our county is not utilizing the program, or did you say that we do have somebody utilizing
You
the
do
program?
have.
So we're gold now?
You're good.
We're
yes,
gold.
but I
We're,
think we
well, the color on your map, if you go to your map, either you're gray
the
or you're
assist
gold.
own. You do have someone who's used it, so yes, it would be gold now.
We're gold now.
Excellent.
Just wanted to point that out. But where I'm going with this is I really like where you were going with discussing how this program could assist us with Hazel Hawkins Hospital and the physician recruitment and retention of nurses, and how this program could package and complement what we're trying to do. Because it's not costing us, it's a program we've brought to our community. I think we need to look at how we can expand that and maybe have that be part of the package process, and how other counties do it. I mean, that's the one thing I love about RCRC and CSAC and NACO. When you don't know, you just call them and they will put you in touch with somebody that's gone through what you've gone through, and I really appreciate that. So that one I would say would be with the ad hoc for discussion. And then I tried to highlight my notes as I went through here. Oh, so Supervisor Sotelo was discussing maybe another round of a presentation for our employees. I would really like to, invite maybe a joint business council and realtors group presentation of what this program could be like and how they can promote it and understand it with our lenders. So maybe that's something we could piggyback on, like the same day, so you're like a one trip here. I hate making you come back and forth. But I think that starting that conversation, I'm not sure if we've had that kind of conversation.
The business council has had one-offs with each, group, and then they would present about what they're doing. But I don't know if we've ever had like a joint meeting specifically, and specifically with this, no. So I think it's a great idea, and honestly, you have all business facets there, so it might spur on, a life of its own. So yeah.
And the Farm Bureau is typically present at some of these, so I think that this would be just a good way of getting information out there, because I think there are some valuable programs that we as supervisors are not fully, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't understand all of these programs. I just know that they bring value to your community, but it's all on how you're able to present it. So, okay, thank you so much, Pat, for being here today. We really do appreciate all the work that you and all of the RCRC members do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 2.3, unless anybody wants to take 5, or Yeah, is that okay? I like to too. If I got a second on the 5, so if we could just have 5 minutes before we bring you up, you can get all settled with your PowerPoint, and we'll take 5 minutes. We'll come back. We'll come back at 10:25. 10. We'll say 10:27. It just turned. bring it back, and I think we are a go. Yep, here we come back. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 2.3. CAO Espinoza, we're going to receive accept informational presentation from Monterey County Military and Veteran Affairs Office.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Jack Murphy, Interim Director and County Vet Services Officer. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here today. I just wanted to share with the board that Monterey, we've been in contract with Monterey County for years, and they've done some great services with our vets, local vets, as well as even vets in different areas. So I really appreciate their efforts, and they've done a great job. So I'll pass it to Jack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors, CEO Espinoza. Thank you for the opportunity to share what we're doing here. Again, by way of introduction, Jack Murphy. I've been with the Military and Veterans Affairs Office in Monterey County now for about 3.5 years. I've been the interim director now for 23 months. We have offices in Marina, at the VA clinic in Marina as well, and then an office in Salinas, and through contract, as CAO Espinoza mentioned, for a number of years now we've had an office here in Hollister at the Veterans Memorial Building. Before we get going, I do want to take a moment to introduce Ms. Sherry Stevenson. She's been a long-serving veteran service representative for both counties. She's been with Monterey for 11 years total. 7 of those years, so a little bit more than half, she's been serving the veterans and families and survivors of San Benito County veterans. A lot of the numbers, if you would, that I'm going to show you, Madam Chair, you mentioned results. The results are because of Sherry's hard work. She is a mother of 2 veterans, comes from a veteran family. We tried to get this scheduled earlier in the year, but I understand a lot of things are going on. Here we are on the cusp of Memorial Day, so I think it's appropriate also to recognize that. So again, I appreciate the opportunity, and I just want to congratulate Sherry on all the great work she's doing, and I'll show you that here in a second. So what does a Veteran Service Office do? We provide the education, the representation. We pursue and prosecute VA claims or claims to the Department of Veterans Affairs for various types of benefits. When I say Veterans Affairs, I mean both county, state, and federal departments. There are county level benefits that are available for select individuals. We also are one of the sole accredited agencies in on the Central Coast area. So we are, every one of our employees, to include our admin staff, are accredited through the Department of Veterans Affairs. So when you call or ask a question or file a claim, the veteran or the family member or the transitioning service member can trust that we actually know what we're doing, and we're not going to charge a veteran a cent to do the work. So this is fully funded by the taxpayers of the respective counties. Last year, so my numbers that I'm going to be showing you really cover all of 2023. It's the calendar year, not the fiscal year. We served 200, and I say we, Sherry, served 239 unique veterans here for San Benito County. She filed a total of 716 claims, and we had 193 federal VA disability compensation and pension awards filed, and that totaled a little over $2.8 million. I'll show you the breakdown on that. Of note, when we throw money around from the VA standpoint, all VA compensation awards are tax-free, so it's actually worth a little bit more than what the numbers shown. And that it's important for me, especially in my position, to inform the county staff and the supervisors, because that's money that comes back into the businesses, comes back into the families and the bank accounts of veterans that live here in San Benito County. This is a brief menu of all the different types of benefits that are out there. First and foremost, it's healthcare. The VA is one of the best and largest healthcare providers on the face of the earth, and it's free. Sometimes a veteran might have a very small copay to the tune of about $15, but we try to avoid that by pursuing benefits to get veterans basically something closer to free, and then that includes prescription medications, all sorts of other benefits. Our healthcare is affiliated through Stanford to VA Palo Alto healthcare system, so it's one of the best healthcare providers in the region by far. Different types of benefits that are available: employment benefits, educational benefits for the veteran, educational benefits for the dependents, other monetary
compensation and benefits. So there's a lot to be had. So veterans that are out there, service members that are getting ready to transition, I ask, don't pay for it. Come to see one of your free accredited service representatives, whether they're here in Hollister with Sherry or any one of our vet reps in the Monterey County area. We're happy to help. So this is our annual activity report for the calendar year of 2023. As I mentioned, Sherry had 425 appointments for veterans those are appointments that were done here in Hollister. For those 425 appointments, she served 239 unique veterans. So these are veterans who come in, they haven't been to our office before, so think of these as new benefits for someone in San Benito County. She filed 716 claim actions. Not every veteran who comes in is just one claim. Sometimes they come in for to have the veteran designation put on their driver's license, and that turns into a conversation of us asking simple things like, really? Well, did you ever get hurt? Did you ever get injured? Were you ever exposed to any trauma? Oh, you were. Let us file for compensation benefits, which will also get you health care. And once we have you designated as a disabled veteran, we can also get educational benefits for one of your dependents. So a simple conversation starts out that way. But that's the reason why you see, such a difference, if you would, between the number of claims filed and the number of veterans, and also the number of compensation awards. 193 compensation awards, those are compensable awards that were paid by the Department of Veterans Affairs at the federal level. So the 193 veterans walked out of Sherry's office with a health care benefit and some type of new or increased compensation benefit. Again, those are tax-free. What that looked like for the year, in one-time retroactive payments, $1.1 million. And again, that's tax-free. That's a one-time payment to the veterans that she assisted. And then when you annualize the monthly payments over the course of the year, that's a little over $1 million, again, in tax-free compensation that went into the pockets and the businesses of veterans here in San Benito County. Something that's near and dear to my heart, our office in-house, we processed 41 California tuition fee waivers. So this is college tuition fee waivers for any community college such as Gavilan, any CSU such as Monterey Bay, or any UC school. That's 41 kids, so dependents of disabled veterans, 41 kids who may have otherwise not had an opportunity to go to college. And that saved the disabled veterans of San Benito County $320,000. The bottom line on this slide there in the green box, $19.5 million of tax-free revenue. That's all of the VA payments that are currently being paid to any San Benito veteran or survivor or dependent. So that's money when someone like Sherry, who's been in this office now for 11 years, working directly for San Benito County for the last 7, the lion's share of that $19 million is her hard work. And that's money that will continue on coming into San Benito County for years going forward. Our office is currently structured with one full-time employee, that is Sherry. We do have Miss Samantha Canadi Fowler. She's an hourly part-time employee of San Benito County, so there's a cost split, if you would, in the operation of the office. Our office is in Hollister, here at the Veterans Memorial Building, right down the street. We provide in-person appointments, Zoom appointments, telephone appointments, email, whatever's necessary to serve the needs of that veteran, service member, survivor, family member, however that needs to be done. Our office is open Monday through Thursday, and then you'll see Sherry very often at various community and outreach events. Sherry's very involved with the American Legion Auxiliary. She's involved with the VFW Flag Banner Program and any kind of outreach events at the Veterans Memorial Building. So we're very proud of her continued activity here. As CIO Espinoza mentioned, we've been on a contractual service basis to San Benito County for a number of years now. Because of some budget constraints on the Monterey side, we negotiated minor increases over a period of time to essentially try to get Monterey County as close to whole as possible. For transparency, my net county cost to have Sherry on Monterey County's books is $158,000. So that's a
the pay plus fringe benefits plus retirement and all the other benefits, that cost Monterey County $158,000. In FY24, the contract payments from San Benito County was only $125,000. So there's a recognized loss by Monterey County. We're okay with that. The fact of the matter is, I'm not going to turn a veteran away from no matter where they live. And without Sherry here, veterans from San Benito County would have to travel to either Monterey or Santa Clara County to have their benefits filed, and we're not going to do that. So we're more than happy to continue this relationship as depicted here. I do want to highlight that not only are we bringing in
It's okay, keep going.
Okay, thank you. Not only are we bringing in revenue to Monterey County, we're also offsetting some of the costs to San Benito County through the form of subvention payments. So the state of California, through the California Department of Veterans Affairs, provides a incentive for each type of workload unit that's produced. So we file a claim and they give us one workload unit that's worth about $76. So over the course of the year, we'll get 2 checks, and those help offset the cost of having the services done here. So the projected subvention payments to San Benito County for FY24 is about a little over $66,000. That's projected because it hasn't been completed yet. That payment should come here to San Benito in about the August time frame. But that's funding that helps offset essentially your contract costs for Monterey County. So again, San Benito County is getting a great deal, and we're happy to both serve the veterans here and continue doing this into the future. Opportunities that we have, the last point in time count, I think, had 6 homeless veterans here in San Benito County. Sherry has met with a number of them. We've also coordinated to have the Santa Cruz County HUD-VASH outreach social worker come to the Veterans Memorial Building a couple times a month to try to engage with those veterans to get them housed. We're also doing the same thing with any other at-risk veterans and families that are out here, especially in our underserved communities like San Juan Bautista and some of the outlying more rural areas in Hollister. High school partnerships is something, again, I'll mention that's very important to me because we want to swim upstream. We want to give opportunities to the dependents, to the kids of disabled veterans. We want to let them know, hey, you can go to college free. If your mom and dad comes to our office, we'll get them service connected. We're going to help with benefits. We'll put some money in the pocket, and then you get to go to college free. And that's just a fantastic deal that the state of California provides. And then lastly, I mentioned it to Dana Edgell here, who'll be presenting next, a program that I've been personally involved with for a number of years in Monterey County, and I've spoken to Judge Palacios about it. Mr. Buckingham in the DA's office is trying to get some type of Veterans Treatment Court type program going. It's a small population. We only have about 2,500 veterans here in San Benito County. So the number of veterans that might be justice involved is a very small number, but the benefits are significant. It does not cost. I mean, the veteran's already going to be justice involved no matter what. So let's try to get them connected to treatment modalities that would preclude someone from getting further into trouble with law enforcement agencies. So those are some of the opportunities that we'll be looking for over the next year or so. Aside from that, subject to your questions or comments, I appreciate an opportunity to present to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Supervisor Sotelo.
First of all, thank you so much for what you guys are doing and the services that you provide. My husband is a veteran with the Marines, and so very near and dear to my heart. I would love to see us move into this Veterans Treatment Court pilot, and kind of what can we do to kind of make something like this happen, and see if we can get support from the Board of Supervisors here. But I just want to say thank you, and whatever we can do to kind of support it. I know we're trying to do more to promote, and this last year we did Operation Greenlight during the week of Veterans Week, and we're hoping to, I've been in talks with the auxiliary and our VFW locally here, and trying to do something even larger to really honor and recognize all of our veterans. And so thank you so much for what you do and the services you're providing in our community.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dennis? Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you for the presentation. We get this every year, and it's always reassuring, that we're here, and Sherry's here and you're here to support veterans. And I know this county is very, very supportive. This is a very, very supportive county when it comes to veterans, and you see that when you go to these events and everything. And I do want to take this opportunity to not only thank Sherry and yourself, and Monterey County, by the way, in general, for the support, but also just to thank veterans for their service. And their contributions to our nation, and especially with Memorial Day coming, we want to just remind folks of that, and just to take time on Monday to really reflect and to honor the veterans who have, in particular, the veterans who lost their lives while serving our nation. So thanks again for all your service.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
We all know and appreciate all that Sherry has done over the years, and so I just want to say thank you again. Make it public acknowledgement. Thank you.
Being someone that is the daughter, even though he wasn't my biological father, my stepfather raised me since I was 1, and losing him in 2020 was very, very difficult. But knowing how the Veterans Affairs supported him in all of his challenges coming back from Vietnam, all of the services that they helped him with. If it wasn't for that, I don't think he would have lived as long as he did. And I am truly grateful for everything that you do. Thank you so much, Sherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Sherry wanted me to remind the audience on Monday at 9 o'clock, the Independent Order of Odd Fellows is going to have a flag ceremony at the IO Cemetery here in Hollister, and then at 10 o'clock at the Calvary Cemetery there's going to be a flag raising, and then lastly at the Veterans Memorial Building on Monday at 11 o'clock is going to be the Memorial Day observation. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all you do. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 2.4, which is behavioral health. Dana's going to come up and present. We're going to receive and accept an informational presentation regarding the implementation of the state-mandated Medi-Cal community-based mobile crisis intervention services.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, and members of the public. So this presentation, the intent is to provide an overview of the mandate from the Department of Healthcare Services that all counties are under to provide a community-based mobile crisis response that's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So counties were required actually the beginning of this calendar year to be implementing an effective mobile crisis unit. San Benito County's plan, however, did not have all of the necessary elements in order to execute a 24/7, 365 mobile crisis plan. So we're under a pretty tight timeline. We have been instructed by the state that as of August of this year is when we need to be up and operational. And so we're really actively trying to do that. Some of the additional elements are that all counties will be using standardized tools as part of their dispatch and triage assessment and safety planning protocols. That will help to bring some standardization and efficiency to the process. In addition, all members who are participating in the mobile crisis team are required to participate in specialized training. Very important, and these trainings are currently available online. The state has put them together. And then in addition, San Benito County Behavioral Health has plans to bring in additional training through some other grant resources that we've been able to successfully apply for. So this is kind of the why. The state is saying counties must do this. When it comes to paying for the services, what the state is doing, they have instituted a higher rate of reimbursement under Medi-Cal. When a mobile crisis team is dispatched,
Once the county's plan is approved, right now San Benito County Behavioral Health is not eligible for the increase in reimbursement because we do not have an effective plan. So we need to get that in place, and then once we do mobilize, when we interact with a Medi-Cal beneficiary, we will draw down a pretty significant rate. However, when our team responds to members of our community who do not have Medi-Cal, then we need to be creative. We will be utilizing some of our Mental Health Services Act funding as well as some grant funding to cover those services. So we do currently have some mobile crisis response that occurs. In the community in 2021, we launched our SAFE team. That stands for Support, Awareness, Follow-Up, and Engagement. We have seen since the inception and the implementation of this team a decrease in involuntary holds due to a psychiatric condition. So that decreased from 113 holds to 111 to 83 in 2023. And while that team has been really successful, there are limits. We currently do not offer 24/7, a 365-day coverage. There are gaps when individuals need to wait to be evaluated, when individuals can be, there's some gaps over the weekend when we don't have our staff on call or able to respond. So individuals will go to the hospital, and if they're placed on a hold, there can be a waiting period until a behavioral health staff can be deployed. In the after hours, our staff only respond to mental health crises at the hospital, jail, and youth services center. And with the community mobile crisis benefit, we need to be available to go anywhere in San Benito County where a resident is and experiencing a mental health crisis. And the next tile just lets you know typically when our folks are available and being deployed Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And it's really taken us some time to develop staff positions that meet the requirements and scope of work. We've been working really closely with Henny with our HR department to do kind of a statewide kind of analysis to see what can we borrow, not reinvent the wheel, and bring to San Benito County. And we do have some challenges as our supervisors are very aware of operating in rural areas. And so we really need to have been able to think about what can we do to put together a comprehensive team and doing all this while we're under extreme workforce shortages. So just a couple slides to show you in a fiscal year 23-24 to date. We served a total of 84 interventions were provided. This shows you the range. Youth, 36% of respondents were youth. 50% were adult, 22 and up, and 14% we did not disclose their age. This slide also shows us that we have some room for improvement in regards to communication with our Spanish-speaking residents, and I'll go into that a little bit more in terms of some plans that we have to do around that. This shows you that where the individuals were served, so 30% in the community, 38% at home, and 32% in the schools. We do get a fair amount of calls to ask for assistance to respond to schools, and we're very active out there. So moving ahead, what we are going to do is we are going to have a new telephone number where community members can call, and the first step will be this call will go directly to our suicide prevention lifeline provider, so that is the Family Service Agency of the Central Coast. We think that it will be really beneficial to our community members because they're trained in how to de-escalate crises. They have I can't recall the percentage, but I believe over 90% of callers are able to have a successful safety plan in place when they're connected with suicide prevention services. And so we're expanding our contracts so that we can have, again, a specific number for our county that will go directly to suicide prevention services. And then if they're not able to successfully help the caller to have a safety plan, then they will contact our community mobile crisis team. So this slide just has a bit of a graphic to show you the flow. Somebody will call, we'll do a risk assessment. If they're not at risk, they're connected with community resources. And then if there's low to moderate risk, that's when they will develop a safety plan. If the caller warrants an in-person intervention, then they will either reach out directly to our mobile crisis team or to law enforcement And it also shows that we have a collaborative relationship working together with law enforcement. So this will take a lot of staff, and so we, the county positions that we are going to be requesting for our board to approve will be a mobile positions for mobile crisis clinical manager, mobile crisis clinicians, and mobile crisis rehabilitation specialists. And then in addition, because of the 24/7 365 requirement, we are working to find a healthcare staffing agency to help us to kind of fill in those hours. It's really difficult and puts a burden on our staff when they are doing their day job and then they're on call and then they respond to the hospital, as you can imagine, until the wee hours of the morning, and then they have to come back to work the next day. And so we think that this will be a good benefit to have both in-house staff who are working with community members and then supplement with a staffing agency. And then this just shows a little bit, again, another kind of a flow of the crisis de-escalation. People will be served in person, face-to-face assessments, interventions really happening, the 5150 terminology that is associated with state statute around the involuntary detainment and hold of an individual with a psychiatric condition who is a danger to themselves or others. Hopefully we're not going to have to do a lot of transporting. We think that this will really help to stabilize folks in the community. And then the other benefit is that we can make connections to providers and get folks connected to care. So this last slide just shows some of the benefits that we think will happen for our community members when we get our mobile crisis team in place. And I just want to emphasize a few here that for some individuals, particularly for our youth, when law enforcement has to be called and a youth has to be transported to a hospital for further evaluation, that's very, very traumatizing for the youth and for the family. We also think that this will help divert calls from 911 for mental health crises. And so law enforcement and our emergency responders, there'll be less of a pull on their resources. And again, we think that our residents will get connected sooner to mental health resources, and it will also, the positions that we will be requesting to approve the classifications will really help us for our staffing to recruit, but also for our long-term retention, because we have some clinicians at times who say, I just can't do this, because right now, all of our clinicians are required to have a rotation for that after-hours call to respond, again, to the hospital, the jail and youth services center. So with that, I will express my gratitude for your time, and I will hand things over for correct processing of order.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I have one on Zoom. Rob Bernowski, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. The only thing that caught my attention when I was listening to it is sometimes being in a position to know what's going on in our local schools. Right now, my understanding is when you have perhaps a student that is suicidal or maybe on the margins about it, the only real option is to send them over to Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And I didn't see anything in the presentation that pertained to, wait, this is a much better option for schools if they can call, I think it was 998, and then get behavioral health services, involved earlier and take the burden off maybe the hospital, but certainly the educators that are involved. And if that could be addressed in this session, I'd appreciate it very much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back, do you want to just respond to that? Is there about how you can interact with schools with this mobile unit?
So we currently do have a lot of partnership with schools, and we do have direct communication with schools. They do know how to mobilize our current SAFE team. However, just knowing it's difficult for everybody to really hold that information. So likely there are times when school staff aren't aware of the process. And so we will be very diligent in making sure that all school districts, all school personnel, and family members for that matter know how to access our new mobile crisis response team. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
I think that's you hit good enough there. And just to clarify, it's 988.
well, currently 988 is our suicide prevention the direct access number. We are going to be securing a standalone number that will directly connect to our suicide prevention lifeline provider that will be advertised for San Benito County residents. If you're in a mental health crisis, call this number. Either number will get them to the organization, though we think that we can, I think, help more members to call, because sometimes folks are a little reluctant because they hear 988, they think, oh, I have to be suicidal, and we're going to try and broaden the messaging so that individuals maybe have less hesitancy around calling for help.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez, did you have a comment?
I was just going to also acknowledge that to some people, they're reluctant to use the 988 because they're not quite suicidal, but maybe in the midst of a crisis. And so it's good to make that distinction. And I just want to say thank you. Under your leadership, I see behavioral health growing and meeting the needs of the community that we have not quite been able to meet in the past. And so thank you very much for all that you're doing and you bring to the job. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yes, Madam Chair, yeah, I just want to say you're continuing to do great work.
Supervisor Sotelo.
I don't really have anything more to add, but, thank you. And I consistently tell Dana how awesome her and her team is doing, so thank you. And I think this is a much needed program. I think having it 24/7, 365 days a year is going to be a huge improvement for our community. So thank you for doing what you can to bring this.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm a big proponent of mental health services and breaking down the walls and stigma of saying that you need help with family members that can't say it for themselves. It's very important for not just the individual to get the support, but the family to get the support. And I thank you so much for everything that you and your entire team does, especially with collaborating with all of these emergency services that have to deal with this situation. So thank you again. I see great improvement.
Madam Chair, can I comment on
Yes, CEO Espinosa.
I had I was fortunate enough to be in behavioral health almost a year when I was gone, and this is one of the items that I missioned Dana on, and I can tell you, being in there, working with staff, and seeing staff's workload, and the emergencies having to go to that department, it was tough. It was really, really tough on the employees as well as the residents. And now having something like this, it's just, they're going to be out there, they can immediately respond, and I think it's just it's a great program. So thank you for putting it together. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I just want to make sure that, because we do have some allocations and some recommendations to approve the classifications, and we're good with all of them, and I won't read them out.
I was just going to move to approve.
Perfect.
So,
Good.
move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Thank you so much. Okay, so now, since in light of some time that we have, I'd like to go back to item 2, consent, 1.21 that was pulled by Supervisor Zanger.
Great. Thanks, Steve. So, a couple reasons I pulled the item here. So just to clarify, this is to, I guess, approve it says the final map for the next section of Santana Ranch. That's correct. The drainage situation with the basins. Are they 100% finished with the work with the basin, the upper basin?
No, they just got approval, I don't know, a few weeks ago. for Basin A up above. This area drains down to Basin B. I believe Basin B is finished, but I'm 99% sure Basin B is finished, but that's where this area drains to.
Okay, yeah. Well, and just in light of everything with the flooding going on over the last couple of years, I really don't want to approve anything unless they have the drainage situation buttoned up, I guess I would say, with the basin. I know these houses are the lower ones, and they're not necessarily, they're not draining to the upper basin. The water's not going uphill. I'm aware of that. But either way, I know we've been at this for a long time with these basins and the water, and it's just been quite the process with trying to get this corrected. I understand they just got it approved. But I just don't really think we should. I don't like the idea of proceeding at all unless we actually have this figured out. So Fairview is not going to be flooding, and there's not going to be the neighbors flooding and everything else. But additionally, as far as questions with this includes the 8 lots on the northwest, right? Northwest of the property on the fence line.
So the map is for the lots on adjacent to, it's like south of the linear park, essentially. Is that the question?
Yes. And but the map, if I'm looking at the right part of the map, it does have those on I guess I would say the northwest corner of the property. There's 8 lots, 8 houses to be built there.
As the remainder parcels, I guess, or let me go to the map just to make sure we're talking apples to apples.
Sure, yeah, good idea.
Yeah. So yes, you're talking about parcels K, L, and M, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I think so, yes.
Yeah, up above there. Yes, they're not making small lots of those, but those are part of this map, to answer your question, yes.
Okay. And those are all, do we know those are all 2-story houses, right, on the fence line there?
Well, so, let's see, if we go to, let's see, what's the best page here? If we go to page sheet 5 of 11, I don't know the product there. Like, again, they're not making lots out of those units yet, and it's not on the north property line. North property line is lot PB and lot CC. They're just making big parcels out of those, so I'm not sure that answers your question for the 2 stories.
Okay, so we're talking about, I understand now. And then just, I don't know if this is a question for you or Errol, but just going forward, do we know of any, I guess, mechanism that the county has in place to sort of prevent any kind of like 2 stories if it's butting up to rural land or anything like that? Any sort of like blending requirements like that, or is it can be anything next to rural land?
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I guess I'm already lying. It's the afternoon. Anyone ready for lunch? So we absolutely can look at our development standards inside of our zoning code. We have some pieces of zoning code that will be coming in June, and then more that will be coming most likely in August or September. And so we can include some of that that will go to the planning commission as second phase of zoning code updates.
Okay, so that would be going in the future forward. That wouldn't affect can't affect this project at this point.
It can affect this project because it adheres to a specific plan, and so we follow what's within that specific plan. We could ask the developer if they'd be willing to do that, but this project is there's development standards are done, but we can look at future development projects.
Okay, well, I'd certainly like to look at future ones. And when you say ask the developer, that would just literally just be like, hey, would you be into this? Would you like to do this?
That there is an interest to do 1 story along the peripheral that goes to the neighbor. But it wasn't put into the specific plan. It wasn't put into development agreement. It wasn't put into the subdivision conditions of approval
Thank you, thank you. Then Steve, you mentioned on 5 of 11 on the Santana Ranch Unit 16 final map PDF. So there's K, L, and M, and then in this area also there's what's it, sheet 6, sheet 7, that area. So what exactly today are we talking about? Are we talking about everything that's in this hash fold area where it's parcel K, L, M, as well as what's did you say west of the linear park?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so that's what I guess I was referring to, those houses over there by just west of the linear park.
East of the linear park is so KLM are lots, the big,
Yeah.
the large lots. Yeah.
Got that, yeah.
Okay. And then the smaller lots, you're right, are west of the linear park. That's what the actual future home lots, I guess you'd say, or proposed home lots. So.
Yeah, those are the proposed home lots on the line there. Okay. Okay, well, I think I made my comments. I don't know if anyone else has anything.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, this isn't to knock current staff or anything, or really anybody. It's just, I think, learning from lessons of the past is, I don't believe we should ever be asking anything from developers. We should be requiring it and definitely making sure that it's put into development agreements, because really asking developers to do this and that is really not the most productive way of going about things. But I do appreciate asking. I agree with Supervisor Zanger on the drainage. I actually think the drainage issue should be addressed before going forward. There can always be complications. We've had a lot of complications with this project along the way, and the drainage in particular has been a big frustration, I know, for residents over there. I want to ask, have they used any local contractors? I know that was in the development agreement.
Generally, I know they use quite a few local.
No. Local build it. It was required in the development agreement to have local builder lots.
Oh, so they have quite a bit of documentation of how they've reached out in that regards. I don't know if anybody's taken them up on their offer, but I've definitely seen documentation of.
Yeah, I just don't buy it, to be really honest. I don't see why local builders would be turning down opportunities to build, make money.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying they've turned them down. I just know they've reached out to them, but I don't know if they've been turned down.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
And then the commercial element. Where's the commercial element at?
Parcels F, G, I, H, J, down near the corner of Hillcrest and Fairview on the left side of event sheet 5. That's where the commercial retail is.
And that's guaranteed at this point that it's going to go forward?
Yeah, they're looking for an anchor tenant. They've been looking for several months, like a big retail, commercial anchor tenant. So yeah, per their specific plan, they're required to have that be commercial retail.
Great, just want to make sure we follow up on that. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay, so I've been on this ad hoc for that north border, and we've discussed options that unfortunately do not appear to be able to pencil out without the developer adding more homes, which I think Supervisor Zanger and I were in total agreement. Adding more homes was not something that we wanted to do. We wanted to add a walking border that blended, and I know this is post-development agreement, post everything, but in looking at how these projects, what I get a little frustrated about with developments like this one is that they are hard box endings instead of looking at how they can blend into our community. And this is a conversation that we had at the ad hoc level, and we really thought we were getting somewhere where if we could blend better into our native environment, it would be more welcoming. And I know for profit purposes that doesn't pencil out with contractors because they're trying to get the best bang for their buck, especially utilizing units that can bring higher volume, in, which is along those walls area, the fenced areas where you get the view of the beautiful surroundings of Santana Ranch. In looking at this map, it does not appear that there's actually the property line goes all the way up to the fence on the north border. Am I reading that map wrong?
On perhaps sheet 6, should we go to that sheet?
Sure.
Okay, and so.
I was on sheet 5, so
Yeah, that was
going
the
to
outs.
6.
Yeah, so we go to 6.
Yep, I'm with you.
And so where it says existing fence and PUE and parcel A, is that the area here?
I'm looking, yeah, parcel A and the existing fence, and then it has 16-1 through 16-8. And then it has that delineator line, which looks like it's the property line, but there's space between the fence and the property boundaries.
Correct. So I'm not sure this answers your question. There is a 25-foot corridor there, but are you referring to the fence in the front?
Well, so there is a 25-foot corridor. We had discussed in the ad hoc of making that a walking path.
Correct.
Does the 25-foot corridor show that that is possible? I thought we needed more space, so we don't have a walking path in the back, or we do have a walking path in the back.
So to answer your question, there's a walking path there, but the area that you're referring to for the ad hoc.
The ad hoc is on the east side of that. I don't want to ignore the west side when we're dealing with the exact same environment.
Okay, so there's a path through that 25-foot corridor, and then the ad hoc was working with the developers able to get a 50-foot corridor on the northeast
We're
quadrant.
trying.
We're getting there on lots B, B, C, C, and AA. So.
Yep, B, B, C, C, A, A.
Yep.
Know right where you're at.
Yep.
So this will be a walking path that will connect to
the linear park.
The linear park. I
Correct.
just wanted to clarify that because I didn't want to assume.
No, that's correct. There is a path that connects to linear park, and yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Zanger for a sec.
Yeah, just to be clear though, are they required just to have a 25-foot setback though? Is every development required to, or was this going to be there if we ask for it or not? I guess is this a requirement, or is this actual?
No, I don't think there's. Well, I guess Ariel can answer that.
No, this was above and beyond.
Okay, so there is no setback requirement.
There is a setback requirement, but this walking path that was put in was not a requirement. This was above and beyond through that ad hoc.
Right. The space or the path itself. I'm saying that 25-foot space, is that in addition to the setback, or is that part of the necessary setback?
Let me double check because setbacks can range from 8 feet to 32 feet, and then the specific plan has actually a separate. I think it's actually less than 25 feet was the requirement setback. So can I check that and send that to you?
Sure.
The site setback would be the site setback ranges. So I can look at what the specific thing was for this one and get that.
Okay.
Email that over to you.
Great. Yeah, and then I'll just say with that ad hoc, the developer did, agree at least in, I don't think we have anything in writing, but he did agree that on the eastern side of the linear park here, the northeast part of the property, we would get a larger 50-foot with a road going there instead of the lots. And the other thing that was agreed upon verbally was that there would be he would install a bit of a tree line on that the northwestern piece here with the 8 lots. There'd be in that 25-foot zone. He said that he would do a sort of a tree line break to sort of break it up, but that's only the sort of I'll do that. So I don't know if we could get that in writing before we proceed. I think that's probably something important so that we don't end up with only situations where we said we got that and then it just never happened. So I was just wondering if there's a way we can make sure that we have that down before we proceed, like in writing.
So, are you referring to this lot or this mapping on the west side? Because they are putting trees there in that 25-foot corridor. Are you talking to
Yes.
the future northeast?
No. The west, northwest, that 25-foot corridor.
They're
developer.
installing trees.
Okay.
They are.
I was told there'd be a tree line, making sure that's happening. All right.
Yep.
Make sure that's going on. Yeah.
And that is documented?
It's on the plans. Yes.
Just making sure. Because I think Supervisor Zanger and I were pretty much in agreement trying to find a way of blending this into so it's not so harsh on the edges. You see the original side. The one concern I have, unless Supervisor Zanger, you have more you want to ask, I'm gonna.
Well, no, I just generally, I'll just say the whole issue here is we have probably 8 two-story houses butting up to cows. I mean, it's just with 25 feet in between. So this is just the kind of thing that we really do want to avoid in the future. And I know we can't go back in time, but this is just a very good demonstration of the problem.
I completely agree with Supervisor Zanger that in the future, I know we can't go back in time, but looking at how these developments can have a park element, a walking element between them, so when they're not developing the adjacent property, which is, I think, sometimes the majority of the feeling is, even though we need more housing, is where do we put the housing? So when they're in open space like this project specifically is, it's an extremely harsh box look. And it leads you to believe that there's going to be development up against it. So one of the things that we discussed at this ad hoc was having a way of softening with walking paths around developments that would then connect to potential future development, but not in such a harsh way. So with that said, the construction side of me is coming out slightly, and I have to remember to always push that down. Costs for developments like this and timing of cycling your phases is crucial in being able to keep them on track and affordable. I feel that the water issue is definitely something that needs to be addressed, but Steve, in your opinion from where we are, is this approval of this going to increase or decrease the potential flooding of in future rain spurts?
The answer is it will comply with county's drainage regulations and it complies with state general permit. So it's in compliance with those regulations. So obviously, if you have impervious surface, you're going to have more rain going to a basin than you would with just dirt, right? So does that answer your question?
It kind of answers my question that you can't really say it's going to solve the problem.
Right, so both basins are now designed and improved. Basin B is, I think, finished. I think there's one down by Fairview construction. Basin A, I haven't been there in the last few weeks. It might be finished for all I know at this point, but the design is in compliance with our regulations and the state's general permit.
Regulations. Okay. Okay.
One other last thing.
Supervisor Cousins?
Yeah, could we get copies of the quote documentation of them reaching out for local builders to do local builder lots? I just think, that's a requirement in the development agreement, and I just don't understand the point of development agreements if we're just taking people by their word. And so I'd like to get documentation of that, and also see whatever the county can do to work with the local contractor community to make sure that we get those 48 lots built from local contractors, because that was an agreement that was made, and I will not support this going forward until it happens. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Our action today is we have approval of the map, accepting on behalf of the public. We have 4 items here. Is there anybody that wants to make a motion?
I move to approve per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. I think we need more documentation before we can move forward with this.
So was it, I lost was it 3-2 or 2-3?
It was a
2-3.
no.
It was a 2-3.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are we putting ourselves in any type of legal liability by being like this far along and saying no at this point?
No, you're just asking for clarification.
Okay,
So
I just wanted to make sure that
it's
we're
an
okay.
ongoing matter.
I appreciate
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Okay. So moving on to, I think it was 126. Is that where we were? 126? Sorry. So I believe that is the sheriff. Yes, it is.
And our probation chief as well.
And the probation chief. Hi, Ashley. Good morning, everybody.
Good?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
go right ahead. It's all yours. You
Awesome.
pulled it.
Awesome. All right. Hi. Thanks for being here. Very simply, this I just putting the brakes on the raises. We just gave the 7% and following with the 6% following year, and so basically, I'm just not going to keep supporting raises like this. I don't really think this is a necessary expenditure for taxpayers to pay for. And on that, we did get a report with some of the neighboring counties and similar counties as far as the longevity pay that they have for their sheriff coroner. And the majority don't have any longevity pay, and the ones that do, we're pretty much in line with them right now. So I don't really see this necessary reason to raise it right now. I know in the staff report it talked about how one of the issues was that the undersheriff, though the sheriff coroner base pay is higher, the undersheriff can end up making more with the longevity because he gets a higher longevity percentage every 5 years. But I don't really necessarily think that's incorrect. I mean, we're elected and we get paid a lot less than a lot of county employees. I don't think just because you're elected means that you necessarily should have a higher earnings than someone that's maybe not elected than an employee like that. So I don't think that's strong rationale for doing this. But really, it's simple that we just gave huge raises. So I'm not really in support of continuing that trend right now. So that's all.
I had some questions.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah. Is this, and this might be a Henny question, more so, are other elected department heads or do other elected department heads and department heads receive this benefit that's being requested?
You
Got to get up to the mic.
Sorry. Zoomland has to hear you.
I'm sorry, so you mean longevity piece?
The level that they're requesting.
They get longevity, but it's at the lower level.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. And then, this is all public, so this isn't trying to, do you have the salaries of the sheriff and the chief probation officer offhand?
I could go grab it, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. And then I saw that obviously in the staff report, the undersheriff, when you include, as Supervisor Zanger was alluding to, the overall compensation, the undersheriff making more, but I think it's important to note that the undersheriff this is longevity pay, so that it's attached to how long you've been here, and the undersheriff has been here for, as far as I understand, 34 years, and the sheriff has been here for 10 years, so naturally there's going to be a discrepancy that could maybe take it over the hump. And you wouldn't mind seeing further documentation as far as that overall compensation. It just kind of has a vague reference in the staff report as far as that the undersheriffs quote, makes more compensation than the sheriff. I'd like to see some numbers on that. And then I agree, elected officials are different than regular employees. Longevity pay is really an incentive to stay. I don't necessarily see that as relevant for the elected in particular. And I just have to say, you guys knew the compensation when you pursued these positions, and so I'm not a big believer in retroactive pay increases. And we kind of had this discussion when we went through, even incidentally when we were discussing the law enforcement union and which date we were going to retroactively go to, and we didn't go all the way back. When we did the law enforcement union, when we were going back and forth on the 7 and 6 and 200 pay, and then that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any comments?
Supervisor Sotelo.
So I actually disagree. I think that they both have been promoted up to a position, whether you were elected or you were appointed to that position. They're both still in public safety. There has been no change other than maybe even more danger to your jobs now being at the top. This is a carve out for public safety. It has always been there, or it was negotiated some time ago with the county. Maybe it's not comparable to what other counties are showing, but this is what San Benito County had for our public safety. And so to me, for us to change it is just not right. So I would be in full support of moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
And I agree with Supervisor Sotelo regarding this item too. I don't believe there should be a penalty for when you take on an additional responsibility simply because we changed the plan. I think, you know, if that's what was in your salary package, I think we shouldn't be able to take that away from you just arbitrarily, just take it away from you. And so I would agree with Supervisor Sotelo that I would support this.
So my comments are going to be as a former county employee and as the current state of our budget and where we're at fiscally right now, looking at having to potentially freeze hiring because of our revenue challenges. Positions that I have taken much less salaries, including this one, sorry, that have, you know, it was a choice, and I knew what my benefit package was, and I knew I was taking a loss, but also coming from a aspect of a little bit of frustration in this county of not having clear benefit packages understood. Back in the day when people were being hired, they were being told things that maybe weren't necessarily 100% true, like lifetime health care and that when you retire you get that. It was said to me. It did not happen. I stayed even with the very significant reduction in pay. I retired and then came to this position with a significant reduction in pay. And so at this point in time, even though I value what you both bring to this community and what your teams bring to this community, I'm not saying that this couldn't be discussed in the future, but at this point in time, I can't say yes in the financial challenges that we're going to be facing, especially with the unknown from the state. I hope you both understand this is not an easy decision for me, because I do want to reward and support benefits for our employees. I just don't feel at this point in time that doing this is going to help us with some of the tough decisions that we are going to have to make as leaders. That's all I really have to say, and if you'd like to talk to me later, I have no problem discussing it later.
Well, just publicly, I want to make a few comments because I'm the one that pushed this forward. This has been on the radar for well over a year. This was brought up a long time ago. I think it's absolutely inappropriate for the two of us have to stand up here and ask for that. I think it was equally as uncomfortable for Supervisors Gilio and Supervisor Medina to have to ask to double the salary of the board so that others can benefit to what their embarrassment is to have to ask something like that in a public forum. I asked staff to work on this. To be honest, it's been pushed back for a long time. It hasn't been addressed. The probation chief brought this up when she was promoted. We were both tenured employees of this county where we went without raises and we went without things for a period of time to negotiate a benefit in public safety that we had that, yeah, you can say that we knew what we were getting into, but clearly this would benefit the two of us, but it's also going to benefit everybody else that's coming behind us. And the first option that was given to me was just to raise the salary of the sheriff. And I thought that was actually the least transparent and most inappropriate way to go about it, because the only thing you need to be the sheriff is a basic peace officer certificate and 5 years of experience. So that means that anybody can go and get a vote count of 50% plus one, and then they can come in here with 5 years of experience, no supervisor experience, and a basic peace officer certificate, and they'd be getting the benefit of a high salary that I feel that they didn't earn. All we were looking at is a Me Too, which is and I also know this is a small community. This has become extremely controversial with the other electeds in this county, which is absolutely disheartening to me. Absolutely disheartening to me to see the strength and the pushback that the two of us have got because we've asked for this. It's completely, as the sheriff of this county, it's completely disheartening because I do feel it's a personal thing, to be honest with you. No, I'm not saying with this board. But what's gone on internally in this county is really upsetting to me, because Me Too clauses are the most benign, normal thing in negotiations and contracts. I've been in public safety for over 20 years, and a Me Too contract is exactly what the electeds of this county were asking for in this last go-around. A Me Too to have the same compensation as the highest bargaining unit. That's appropriate, but the two of us trying to retain a benefit that we have negotiated and fought for over the years of no, I understand this last year was large raises. This was brought up well before last year, but it's gone nowhere. So then I felt it was my job to bring it forward. Actually, I don't think it's my job, but I'm willing to do it. But it's humiliating to stand up here and ask, because I do make a good living, and I am blessed to be in the position that I'm in. And I think that staff in the county should be more supportive of something that they know is wrong, that needs to be made right. For whoever else wants to come up through the ranks of this office and the probation chief's office to take over as the department head and the elected official that runs it. Unfortunately, people don't like it, and we get a lot of criticism for it, but there are differences in public safety. Public safety gets a different longevity pay than the other employees in this county. Public safety gets a different PERS contribution than the other people in this county. Public safety gets certificate pay that other people don't get. And when you become the elected or the appointed chief, that all gets taken away from you, something that you bargained for in those units over the years. And so you're right, you can make the choice to not do that, and then you can make the choice to have sheriffs and probation chiefs that don't have the level of expertise and education of someone that's done the extra work, done the extra college, done the schooling, gone through the certification processes to become a better leader and a better product for you. That was all that this ask was for. It wasn't for a raise. It wasn't, and you know what? And I did put it retro to April because this has gone on for so long that this item was complete and on time, and it was pushed back without explanation. I've asked for explanation, given no explanation as to why it was pushed into June. So the moment that I went in and I made it retro to the first time I asked for it, all of a sudden it's on the agenda. So it all doesn't feel great, to be honest with you, for the amount of sacrifice that we put into this county. I honestly thought this would just be an easy, this is what public safety gets in this county. The two of you are in public safety. You should be entitled to the same rights and benefits that all of your employees get. Clearly that's not the sentiment, but I wanted to at least publicly express to everybody out there why we're standing here and asking for this right now, because we have both been extremely uncomfortable for this day, and it's going to be even more uncomfortable as we leave here, because now we're the ones that came and asked for extra compensation. We're walking out of here with our tails between our legs for something that I honestly can tell you that I think is wrong. And it's wrong for the people that follow us into this position, because it's never going to be the right time, just like it wasn't the right time. And I watched as Supervisor Gillio and Supervisor Medina, their stomach was in knots asking to double their salary because it made sense. You all have a full-time job. This is no longer the tiny little county to where you can just come in here twice a month and do your job. You all are called on, bothered, and you're available. You are so available to your community. It's a full-time job, so it made sense. But all those people that came before you, they could have said, you knew that you were getting it for a $45,000 paycheck. What are you talking about? Just take it. You shouldn't have put in for it if you didn't want it. But we all felt it wasn't right, so you move forward, and now you're being compensated correctly. So I just felt like to defend myself, and I know that to defend the probation chief, that was the intent, that was the backstory, and so that's why we're here. But I appreciate, that's why we have a board, so you make these tough decisions. It's not just for the two of us, it's with everything that you do. So I will respect your decision, not that it matters, but I will. But I appreciate you at least hearing us out.
I just want to say that I'm not saying no forever. I'm saying no right now. I think it is an area that we need to be looking at. I think there are a lot of areas when it comes to salaries, positions, what job descriptions are, what qualifications are. And I've met with Henny several times on different issues in the county, and it is an area that has not been addressed well. Nothing against prior people that were in your roles. This has been a problem for a long time, and I don't want to cherry pick right now one or two items. I really want to address things more wholesome as a organization, and that's one of the reasons why I need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture of where we are budget-wise, and start to look at how we can make something like this happen in the future without hurting other areas of the community in the sense of revenue.
And I do appreciate that, and this was pushed forward during negotiations, and unfortunately, I don't know if it made it to the board or not, but we tried to make that the appropriate time to bring this up, and it wasn't brought up, so now we're bringing it up here.
And I thank you for all your comments and your service to our community.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Just want to make it clear. I'm not sure what you mentioned something about being personal. I'm not sure exactly what you were alluding to, but I want to just be clear. There's nothing personal with this. This is just for me a fiscal decision and based on the standard with other counties. I don't know what exactly you were getting at there. I know you mentioned it wasn't the board. I just want to make that clear. That's not
Yeah,
a
I did
personal
make
thing.
it clear to the board. I mean, well, I'll leave it at that. I made it clear that I don't feel it's personal with the board. Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Cool.
Go right ahead, Supervisor.
I think I have a little bit of concern. We have two exceptional employees, and by not granting this, I worry that possibly, we could lose employees. We could not have the most outstanding candidate make it to that position, and so I think that we need to make right on it. And timing may be not great right now, right? Like, we're discussing budget, things aren't looking amazing, but this was brought up a long time ago. Had we discussed this a month ago, would we be discussing it in the way that we're discussing it, or would it have just passed? And so I don't think that it's fair that they're being, they're burdening the kind of the consequence of the delay. And timing's not great, but I feel like we have a responsibility to take care of our employees. This was a benefit that they had. This isn't, and they've lost this benefit in the top position, having more responsibility, but yet still being in public safety. And everyone in public safety has this benefit. And so I just feel like this is awful for us to not give this benefit to them. I know it's not great timing, and I know that financially, but this really is, I just feel like we need to make right, and not great timing, but I am fully supportive. And I guess I feel like, okay, not now, but if not now, then when? It's never going to be a great time to bring this item back. I mean, we send them off today. They're definitely never going to have the courage to come back and do this. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to start looking at Monterey County, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz, and we're going to lose exceptional employees to go somewhere that's offering a lot more money. This is a way to keep people here, and I just think they're doing an exceptional job, and I hate to say no to something that I think is deserving, is one of your benefit packages in public safety, and I feel like we're not giving them something, we are taking something away from them, and so I strongly disagree.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor.
we are not taking anything away. They accepted a position with compensation that was understood on both ends. Just want to make that clear.
I would disagree with you on that. They were not clear.
Point of order.
One comment at a time. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Right
I have
now
the floor.
is the president.
She should know that, being the chair prior to this. So we are not taking anything away. We would be granting something that was understood when they accepted these positions. It's not personal at all. This is a fiscal decision. It is very bad timing. If we're looking at hiring freezes, we are essentially looking at what will we be cutting if we accepted this. So that could mean a probation position or half of a sheriff's position. So this shouldn't be a slam dunk decision. And I will again say that we constantly compare ourselves to other counties. We constantly look at what are other counties doing when it comes to things like compensation. And in this case, we would be going above and beyond what our richer counterparts are doing. And so I think it's a very fair strategy to look at the comparison. But I will just reiterate, you approve this, you're going to have to cut something else. And that could be sheriff's positions or probation positions. Thank you.
Supervisor, any other comments?
I just move to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Okay, we're gonna move on to, I believe we're gonna go into closed session right now, 'cause that's everything from consent. Is there any public comment on closed session?
Thank you. If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And on Zoom, Rob Bernowski, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Still good morning. Boy, this is a difficult conversation after that last vote, but I want to address I believe the review of the county administrative officer, and my comment is, it is remarkable how well this county is run and has been run, given the constraints that it has, especially on the Prop 13, situation. But when I look at what is being done in the county and who is doing it, and I look at the presence of the county, I'm talking about the employees and the jobs that they're doing, including you Board of Supervisors, but also the administration. I have to tell you, I am really impressed. And as many of you know, it does take a lot to impress me, because no matter what, I always demand top-notch service. And I just want to say, this county is delivering it despite all of the challenges that it faces. And I know that we have issues that the public sees and they express disappointment, like in the roads, but I also know that you have an expert presentation every board meeting and in other places that explains, look, we can't get to everything at once, but this is what we're getting to. In other words, and so people like me feel good that people are actually watching out for members of the community. And of course, that takes incredible leadership. An entity will always resemble its top. And I'm going to say that you board members all impress me. The people that you hire impress me, and including the leaders that run the administration or bureaucracy. So I don't know what's going to be said or what the exact topic is in the review, but from this constituent, I'm very impressed with how this county is run, and I just wanted you to know that. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I too am going to make a comment with regards to the employee evaluation performance for county council and for the CAO. And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. What is going on behind closed doors that the public is not allowed to find out? This was recently brought up with either last month or the month before, and excuse me, and it just doesn't sit right with me. The secrets that are going on, and I don't know whether your evaluations back there, you're saying, hey, you're doing A, B, and C, you need to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, or else, or are you going in there and saying you're doing 1, 2, and 3, we're warning you, stop doing it, or else? I don't know what's going on in the public. Obviously, the public doesn't know what's going on, but this county does function. It's not perfect. By far, it's not perfect. I have mentioned before with the Bill Lee project, you had the tolling agreement, and you canceled the tolling agreement because the county, you have a county council that gives you advice. I don't know what advice was given, but you canceled it. Then it turned around and the Bill Lee filed a lawsuit, and then now it's in a stay, and it was negotiated, and it's a lot of county time, a lot of attorney time. So when you are doing these closed sessions, are you doing it to improve the county, or are you doing it so that some of you on the board are trying to place a stronger position and say, if I have one more vote, you're gone? So thank you for listening to me.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, so we are going to go into closed session, and we will be back for the public hearing that will be at 1:30. session. County Council, do we have anything to report out from closed session? Is your mic on? Sorry.
One piece of anticipated litigation discussed, the board approved unanimously to initiate litigation. And the second is a personnel matter, and we'll reportable after.
Okay, so we are gonna move on to public hearing. So it is 1:33 really. We're gonna open the public hearing, and do I have to read out the whole thing? Is that the rule? I always forget on these. I'm gonna read it while you're getting up there just because I think I have to. Adopt resolution approving the annexation number 14, tax zone 17 for Vista del Cabrillo. I think I said that right. To annex property located in the future annexation area of Community Facilities District 2018-1 Residential Services into CFD 2018-1, approving the annexation of the APN, I'm not going to read them, and into Zone 17, and levy a special tax on the annexation property, authorizing and directing the clerk of the board, resource management agency staff to prepare and record amendments for notice of special tax.
And that was Vista del Calabria.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you corrected me. I don't have that down. Hi, Steve.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Steve Wood, Public Works Administrator. And yes, we're going to discuss a couple of CFD annexation proposals. So, a little bit of history. This project, which is, I'll show you in the map in a second, it's located off Enterprise Road, maybe a mile east of Southside Road, and next to the Oak Creek development. Back in 2020, the project was processed through the Planning Commission. It's 49.95 acres. The Planning Commission approved that area to be divided into 149 single-family home lots, and part of the conditions of approval for that project from the Planning Commission and all of our subdivisions is to, before they can record a final map, they have to annex their property into our CFD, which basically that mechanism is just to ensure that when lots get services from the county, whether it be emergency responders or other lots or other services that we'll talk about in a minute, we just want that subdivision to be fiscally neutral for the county. And so that's a condition on their project and other subdivision projects that are processed through the Planning Commission. It's a good thing. So, April 9th of this year, board adopted a resolution of intent to approve the annexation and setting a notice public hearing 30 days following that date. And so that gives the public 30 days to be aware of the annexation and to provide comment even to today, which brings us to May 21st today. And so the second step in the process is for staff to request approval of the annexation number 14, this Community Facilities District for the Vista del Calabria project, and I'll show you the location. Kind of hard to see, but that's the shape. It's off of Enterprise Road near the Oak Creek development. And for this project specifically, different than this other project, once a home builder pulls a permit to build a lot or to build a home on a lot, that triggers the assessment. And so for this subdivision, they not only wanted emergency responders and that assessment to be part of their lot assessment, but they also wanted the CFD county staff to maintain roads and sidewalks and landscape and lighting. And so emergency responders is usually about $900 a lot, depending on what zone you're at. This adds another $700-800 per lot, so it's actually almost double, so that there's other services that are being requested for the lot. And so basically today, before they record their map, which is probably coming in the near future, they just have to be annexed into the CFD, so that when the lots start getting sold and homes getting built, we can assess their properties for those services.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, we're gonna open it up for public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, briefly, just to say the obvious, this is approved before this board took office, and what we're approving today is just to make sure that we're getting our fair share of the cost contribution from the developer. This is not an endorsement of the project whatsoever. They're legally vested. There's no going back at this point, is my understanding. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Any other comments? Nope. Okay, is there a motion?
I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, Steve, so moving on to 3.2. Again, do I have to read this, council? David, do I read the entire, I thought on public hearings I have to read the whole thing. Okay, just making sure I have that right. Okay, adopt resolution approving annexation number 15, tax zone 18, Pierce, to annexation property located in the future annexation area of Community Facilities District 2018-1, located in the, I skipped that. 2018-1 residential service into CFD 2018-1, approving the annexation of APN 025-090-069-000 into tax zone 18 and levy the special tax on the annexation property, authorizing and directing the clerk of the board, resource management agency staff to prepare and record an amended notice of special sales tax listing the property added to the CFD and adopting a map of the newly annexed territory and authorizing and directing the clerk of the board and RMA staff to record this map.
All right, thank you. This project also went through planning commission. It was a minor subdivision because it was only 3 lots, and it took 19.42 acres of lots and subdivided them into 3 roughly equal parcels. The project is located, if you were to drive down Fairview Road and take a right on Santa Ana Valley, go about 1.5 miles, that's where the property is located. I'll show you a fuzzy image in a moment that's from the board item. So that went through planning commission. One of the conditions was to annex into the CFD, similar to the previous annexation. This developer just chose at this time to annex for emergency responders and county admin overhead, which is usually averages about $900 per lot. And so there are no new streets, there are no new sidewalks proposed yet, there are no new landscaping internally yet. So they're just saying, when we have these 3 lots, if somebody wants to build a home on those 3 lots, they need fire and sheriff to respond, and we get a little bit for county overhead admin costs, so that it's legally, fiscally neutral, I'll say. April 9th, board adopted a resolution declaring its intent to approve the annexation, and they set a public hearing notice 30 days later, and then today we are requesting approval for the annexation number 15 for Community Facilities District for the Pierce project, which is located Santa Ana Valley Road. Again, it's after you make a couple bends, and that's the location of the project. So I'll pause there.
Okay, can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just a reminder to the board with regards to these annexations that hopefully you will return to renegotiate that tax sharing agreement wherein San Benito County loses a lot of money. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Bring it back to the board. Any comments, concerns? Okay.
Is there a motion? I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. So now we're moving on to 3.3, and this is to review and adopt ordinance amendments for 3.05.051 Planning Commission meeting duties operation as recommended by the Planning Commission in resolution number 2024-8.
Assistant County Counsel Sean Cameron will be presenting via Zoom.
Welcome, Sean.
Hello, how are you?
Doing good. We can hear you great.
Okay, great. Yeah, Sean Cameron, Assistant County Counsel, and this was brought forward at the Planning Commission level and developed essentially with the Planning Commission. It's to amend the duties portion of the ordinance with respect to the Planning Commission. And with that, I'll go through the changes. So section B, we're going to add affordable housing plan and or amendment there too. So it will read, it shall be the duty of the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding any proposed affordable housing plan, master or general plan, or amendment thereto for the physical development of the county. The second change is to add a couple terms to C. So it will read, the San Benito County Planning Department shall assist and advise the Planning Commission as directed by the Board of Supervisors or the Planning Commission. The assistance and advice shall include, but not be limited to, the provision of staff and resources to enable the Commission to function, operate, and transact such business as may be addressed or initiated by the Commission. And then we added various subsections as well. So subsection D would be added. So it would read, the Planning Commission shall review the annual Planning Department budget and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Subsection E, the Planning Commission shall periodically review the county capital improvement projects for consistency with the general plan and related elements. Subsection F, the Planning Commission shall communicate with other advisory bodies concerned with planning matters within the county of San Benito. Subsection G, the Planning Commission shall develop such specific plans as may be necessary or desirable. H, the Planning Commission shall advise with and recommend to the proper officials of the county the approval, disapproval, or modification of all maps or plots of land subdivision in accordance with the Subdivision Map Act of the state or as may be provided by county code. I, the Planning Commission shall make recommendations concerning proposed public works and for the clearance and rebuilding of blighted or substandard areas within the county and public improvement in general. J, the Planning Commission shall make recommendations to the appropriate county staff concerning projects or properties to be cited for code violations or be issued a stop work order. K, the Planning Commission shall review and recommend impact fees. And then finally, L, the Planning Commission shall negotiate and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding development agreements. And with that, I'll open up to questions. This is the first reading, so assuming that there are no changes, we would bring this back to for adoption at a subsequent reading, or a subsequent meeting, rather.
Any other part of the presentation, or is that it?
That's it. That completes
Okay.
the presentation.
Let's
Yeah.
open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's quite frustrating for the public to make a public comment, not knowing where the Board of Supervisors is going to be going with their thoughts on any presentation, not just on this one. So if Supervisor Smith makes a comment, I cannot make a comment or the public cannot make a comment to either support or oppose that to help on this decision. Going back to this presentation, I think it's great that the planning commissioners should be more involved in what is going on in the decision making and the negotiations within the plans for San Benito County, especially with the development agreements. Although I don't 100% agree all the time with what the planning commission goes, that's just my personal thing. I think that it alleviates a lot of work from the supervisors themselves when each one of you have a representative, and that you are able to discuss with them without giving them direction as to how they're going to vote, of course. But I think that this is great. This is a great move for San Benito County to allow the planning commissioners to have more of a say so. Thank you.
And I have no further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. I'm gonna look. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. Now, I know the reason, the rationale, and the conversations where and why this came to us. Is that something that you can share, the historical background, Abraham? Thank you, what brought it on? Those of us that have been sitting here almost 4 years, we know, but I'd just like to let everybody else know.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Gonzalez. Yeah, so this came about in working with the Planning Commission. We have Chair Gibson, Robert Gibson here as well, and he's here and he can add to it if needed. But yeah, this came in conjunction with talking with the Planning Commission, mainly with County Council as well, and just having a little bit more of a say, Planning Commission, with the recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Some of this already occurs, regardless of it being in the ordinance, such as some of the recommendations in regards to code enforcement or public works, but this makes it more official within the ordinance. I don't know if Chair Gibson would like to add some more, but this is just more of a legality.
So it codifies their authority in essence.
And yes, it adds more to it. Yes.
Okay. All right. I have no problem with this. Because I know that it took a while for this to get here and for this to come to fruition. Whether it passes today or not, that's another conversation. But it's been a long time coming, and I think since the Planning Commission are representatives of this body, each of appoint a member on the Planning Commission, they're in essence speaking for us. And it seems like in the past that when they have made requests of staff, their requests kind of fell on deaf ears. And so I understand why this has to be codified. I'm just concerned, is this going to be permanent? There isn't a time frame that we're going to be adopting it for, like, to look at it and see if it's going to work for us?
Good question. So this would be adopted and if approved by the board, and if approved, then at a later time there needs to be any amendments, and it could be recommended by the board to look back to it and see if any changes need to occur.
Yeah, this is Sean. Yeah, it's effective indefinitely until amended or otherwise removed by ordinance.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Kuznicki.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I was a little confused because when I looked at this, I focused on the red line because I'm usually used to the red line is the changes, but there's more changes beyond the red line. I see two red line things. I see one, the language about affordable housing, and then I see two, the language about basically that they would communicate not just with county bodies, but with community organizations, I guess.
I can clarify that. Everything in blue was conversations that was had and was brought to the Planning Commission. What was red was amendments at Planning Commission added to. So this is a combination of what was brought and then also points, specific items modified.
Yeah, I mean, I think this needs more fleshing out. If we're talking some of these changes, and it can be a back and forth working with the planning commission, but some of the, so for instance, some of the blue line, those are definitive changes then, codifying. I was not prepared for that because I when I read this, and maybe we just need to clarify how we communicate, and I should have, I didn't have time with all this hospital stuff, to be frank, to have that call with you, Abraham, but, so that's on me. But I was really focused on the red line, and so I was like, well, what? Okay, so they want to give recommendations on affordable housing. Let's talk about what exactly that means. I was ready to talk about that. And then the advisory bodies, I just wanted to kind of know what the drive was behind that. You know, because this is really, seems to be really broadening the scope of the planning commission pretty significantly. Now that I'm focusing more on, I'll be honest, I don't think the planning commission should be making budget recommendations. We're elected to watch over the budget of this county, and that's one area. So just as an example, I just think this needs further fleshing out. I don't know if that means an ad hoc from the planning commission and board or whatever that might entail, but I know we're about to have a joint meeting, and I don't think it necessarily probably, correct me if I'm wrong, if it fits under the guise of anything within that meeting, because it doesn't seem to, but I'm not comfortable with all this, and it's not a knock on anybody. These are recommendations, and they want to, you know, do this and that, and you guys made some recommendations, but the one that jumps off right off the bat is we're elected to oversee the budget of this county, and I just don't see how it's appropriate that the planning commission, their job is to make planning recommendations, land use recommendations, not to tell us how we spend county money. So just as one example out of this, I would not feel comfortable today approving this. I think we should take it back, work with the planning commission, and further flush this out.
Very well, thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Sotelo. So interestingly enough, outside of the landfill, I got more phone calls and emails regarding this subject from constituents, past supervisor. I mean, it went on and on and on of kind of how not supportive the community was of this. I have the utmost respect for my planning commissioner, as well as all of the other planning commissioners, and I really hope that, you know, when they ask for information or they're asking for something, that they're seen as really kind of an arm of the Board of Supervisors, right? And so that they're given the same respect that we get. But I can't support this today moving forward. So those are kind of my comments. Supervisor Zanger, any comments? Any additional? Okay. I'm going to have to agree with my colleagues that even though I see where they're going and what the need is when it comes to budget responsibilities, that really does fall on the board. I am open to the idea of a conversation of how we can make a little more understanding between our roles and complementing what the mission is that we're giving to the planning department, as opposed, because I think it's all about communication. So I think opening that dialogue of communication could be very helpful, and this is a great start on that communication, in my opinion.
Madam Chair, I did have a question, actually.
Sure, Supervisor Zanger.
This is, I just want to be clear, so we're not actually giving any more authority, right? They're
Yes,
just
we are.
Yes,
more
we
authority
are.
to make recommendations?
Absolutely, a
or-
lot more authority.
And
And I'm sorry, I just got on Supervisor Sotelo,
Yep.
but
I was just about ready to say,
Yeah.
you
I was
just
even
stepped
going
on
to order
it.
this guy.
for being a hypocrite, but I just wanted to make that clear a lot more.
Okay, because so maybe I just don't understand, because the way I read it, it's just recommendations to us to do things. I don't understand what more decision-making power do they have through this? Because I'm just not seeing it, I guess.
That's a conversation I'd like to have in this. If we do this to an ad hoc, I'd really like to have this conversation with best practices of planning commissioners and roles versus Board of Supervisors. I agree. I don't have a problem with recommendations. And of course, the arm of us are our commissioners. And so the respect to our commissioners, I respect my commissioner, even though we don't get along on every topic. So, but that's part of the process, is having that check and balance. I also don't want to overstep
and have it be where we're like breaking some rules of that we're in agreement on everything in advance, because we need not be. That's the whole point of the planning commission and the fact that we're the appeals process. So, but I do feel there needs to be clarity so that staff is clear, we're clear, our commissioners are clear. So I would like to discuss this further, and if there is a will of the board for a potential ad hoc to just kind of go through this, because I have concerns about the authority, and I'd really like to have that with legal on what this could look like as an end product.
Madam Chair? Madam
Yes.
Chair, if I may?
I'm sorry, I felt like it came from the sky.
No worries. So
That voice.
one option can be an ad hoc. I'm discussing right now with Principal Partner Goodspeed. The ad hoc would likely just cover some of the members from the commission and board. Another option can be we can meet individually with the board member and their planning commissioner and county council, and maybe just kind of go over each of these items and just kind of get their take of it. That's another option. If that's the will of the board, we'll leave it up to you in that regards. I know that the planning commission was very adamant and happy.
It was a unanimous vote, wasn't it?
It was a unanimous
Yeah.
vote,
I
yeah,
thought.
and they worked very closely with county council to bring this forward. It was discussed and vetted, multiple meetings, and so maybe we can do that, or however you prefer, but definitely we're open to that discussion.
That's an interesting option, so thank you for offering that. Any comments from the board on which way you guys would like to go?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I mean, it would have, in hindsight, would have been ideal to just stick it on this agenda
Mhm.
we're about to have in an hour. I don't know if we want to keep having these joint meetings, but I would be open to that as one possibility to let's just have the conversation all together. Otherwise, the only other real option, if we're going to look at any of these, would be to have an ad hoc, I guess. And so I don't have a great answer. I think I can go either way. And I'm comfortable with either one. Basically,
How do you feel about your planning commissioner and you meeting with the planning department?
I would certainly be fine with that. And maybe that's a good practice to have anyway, maybe on an annual basis. And maybe we can cover more ground than just these issues, so that we're using the time more efficiently. So this could be one part of that, and if there's time to talk projects. And I'm very clear with my planning commissioner. I want you to make recommendations. I don't want you to feel like I'm watching over your shoulder or anything like that. I trust you for a reason and all that. So it's not about that. It's not to say I want you to vote this way on X, Y, and Z project. Yeah, I would be fine with that basically. Now I'm spending, but yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, and going on Supervisor Kazmicki's also recommendation on potential joint meeting, if that's that's certainly an option for us as staff as well. We can bring in a presentation, have Sean help us with county council help us on the legal aspect of it, and also bring in examples of other jurisdictions if there's any similarities. I'm not sure if Sean had an opportunity to look at that on other jurisdictions that may have something similar.
Yeah, this is Sean. These provisions were essentially taken from neighboring jurisdictions, so nothing here is novel. So just to add that color.
Thank you, Sean.
Yep.
Yeah, if I may add, though, neighboring jurisdictions that are much larger and planning commissions play a much bigger role than as far as the complexity. On this particular, I know we just talked about a different issue of comparing and contrasting. We're not Santa Clara County, so we're not Monterey County, so our land use issues are much different than. I just want to throw that out there. I do think that that's relevant here. That I don't necessarily think we should just be replicating exactly what our neighboring counties are doing on this particular issue.
Madam Chair? Yes, Supervisor.
The reason why this came to fruition is there was a lot of frustration on the parts of the planning commissioners where they felt like they were not getting due respect from county staff. And when they would ask for something, the request would be ignored or would be delayed for months and months. It would take intervention from a sitting supervisor to find out what the problem is and why was staff not being responsive to the planning commissioner. So I can see why this came to be, and I'm glad to hear from Sean that this is emulated from other counties And I did receive some phone calls too about, are we giving the planning commission too much authority that belongs with the board, specifically the budget and so forth, the developer agreements and so forth. But I just want to make sure that if we don't move forward, that staff is listening to the planning commission, because as they are representatives of this board here as our appointees, and just to make sure that they're given the respect and the due diligence that they deserve in serving as our representatives, whether this goes forward or not, that's a whole nother conversation. But I just don't want any other planning commissioner to feel like they're asking for respect, they're asking for information, they're asking for documentation, and it falls on deaf ears. That's not acceptable.
If I may, real quick, totally get what you're saying. I happen to have extreme respect for Abraham and the staff, and I know that you are going to be responsive. So maybe there was an issue in the past on some level, but I'll just say that, just to be frank, in general, the planning commission's role is to give land use recommendations to the board, and then we make on certain cases they'll make decisions on developments, which usually will probably come back for appeal. So it's kind of a going through the steps anyway, but they're primarily to make land use recommendations. And I don't think that these changes, because this is a lot here, I just don't think this is necessarily the highest priority for this county right at this moment, considering all the things we're doing. But I would be glad to have a conversation with my planning commission and yourself.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zanger.
I'm great with however you guys want to proceed with reviewing it and fleshing it out more. Just so I'm not mistaken, though, maybe it's a question for Sean or Abraham. Is there any decision-making power being changed here, or is it recommendation? Is it all more recommendation possibility?
I can let Sean answer that.
Yeah, it's primarily recommendations. I would say there's one. The G is planning commission shall develop such specific plans as may be necessary or desirable. So there is some. There's that one. But no, the rest of them are all just recommendations. And that said, we could strip the ones that you guys are not amenable to. That is also an option, and then adopt the remainder. But it sounds like this may want to be discussed some more. So
I mean, just because I am not an expert in this area at all, I would really like to have the sit down with my planning commissioner in this and you and bring it back. Possibly if we do a joint, we can then do it from a joint. But I would like to have that sit down just to be able to educate myself a little more. But at the same time, understanding that after my little 101 training, I have more questions, and we need to do the 102 training because now it's sparked some things that Abraham and Ariel, sorry to be kind of cryptic, we sat down, went through one of their presentations on kind of like zoning and general plan 101, just because I need to educate myself more about what our role is, what the hierarchy of each one is. So I'd just like to recommend that we have a sit down with our planning commissioners, come back with some different perspective maybe of where they're going with this, and ensuring that we are not relinquishing control. And I do have a really hard time with budget. There can be recommendations of what staff's needs are to support staff. I think that would be highly beneficial, hearing from our commissioners about what the challenges are, because you guys are in such a you're in a tough position and role. And so having our planning commissioners have the deep dive of understanding what those needs are could be beneficial in a potential recommendation, but not approving budgets, not authorizing funding, any of that.
I just don't
stuff.
see a place for the planning commission to make a recommendation on the budget. I'm sorry, I don't see a place for it. And I'm looking here as well on shall negotiate and make recommendations to the board regarding development agreements. And so there's just a lot here.
That one I have concerns with too.
Very, very substantial stuff. That's not just let's check this off and go with it. There's just a lot to be worked on.
So our options today, we can table this. I mean, I'm on the right terms here. We can table this, have our meetings, and then bring it back for another first reading, not a second reading, because we need to do some adjustments to it. Do I have that right? I want to make sure I'm not breaking any rules here. Okay. So is there a recommendation? Because that's kind of where I'm leaning.
You can make that motion.
Is that okay if I make a motion to table and meet with our planning commissioners with staff and bring it back as a potential joint planning commission meeting to vet it out? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. And I appreciate the planning commissioners getting this forward and staff's time, because I know you did put a lot of work into this, so. That's gonna close public hearings. It is 2:08.
We still have the future agenda.
The future agenda items, right? I don't think there's
nothing on it.
Nothing on
but
it.
any comments on what's attached? That was the only reason.
For your Excel,
The exact.
the Excel update. I went through that last night, so hold on.
You can open it to public because I think we still.
Yeah, can we open up the future agenda item to public comment before we start chatting here?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Any concerns from the board? I appreciate that we're still not dropping this and attacking this, so I do appreciate that. So we have a 3 o'clock joint planning commission meeting. So is there a motion to adjourn this Board of Supervisors meeting?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we will come back at 3 o'clock with our joint meeting. Thank you.